but have come to recognize that these are critical adverse experiences we must focus and give attention to. So things like climate change and pollution. Similar statistic as violence is about half of all children globally are impacted by extreme forces of climate change, and that these have significant implications for all children that experience them. So an improved illustration of these ACEs, or adverse childhood experiences, is showing not just the tree and its roots, but the environment in which that tree is growing. And so here you can see the adverse climate experiences at the top, and then the adverse cultural experiences in the water that's below the roots. The research on the negative sequelae of adverse childhood experiences is pretty extensive and shows that it is not just a correlational factor, it is actually causational. Early childhood adversity actually gets biologically embedded into us. And this has happened through the toxic stress that is experienced and changes many key biological systems, like how a child's brain develops and functions, how the body regulates itself, cellular aging, and epigenetic changes. Chronic exposure to adversity alters the stress reactions in a way that they become maladaptive, resulting in stable alterations in human biology that in turn influences health and development. So it is not just that there is a psychological change going on in our youth that experience adversity, it is biologically embedded in us. So what do we do about it? We do have many things we can do, and today's conversations and this conference conversations have a lot to do with what we can do to reduce the occurrence of adversity as well as mitigate the impact it has on those youth that experience it. In my work, I focus on the youngest children, so children usually 5 and younger. And that is because they are the most vulnerable, most susceptible to all these adverse experiences. We know youth that in those younger years are fully dependent on the caretakers that they have in their lives. And if we can't support those caretakers in helping to support the development of their children, those children are set up for many challenges throughout their childhood and their lifetime. So childhood itself is a critical stage for prevention, especially younger groups that we can focus on. It gives us the most impactful time. So if we can set up children to have a stronger foundation from the start, they're going to have a stronger base in which to grow and develop from. Versus youth that experience a lot of adversity and a lot of negative outcomes in those earlier years, that is more we have to work with and intervene with and reduce and remove from their experiences. And that is much harder to do after the fact than it is before. Also, working with our youngest children is one of the most cost-effective ways to optimize development. And this is very important for funders and policymakers of recognizing where is the biggest return on our investment. And one of the biggest returns is working with our youngest children and helping promote their caretaking that they receive. So programs for parents of young children is one of the most effective ways for primary prevention. So reducing the occurrence of adversity or reducing or mitigating the actual impact of that adversity experience. There is growing dissemination across the globe on parenting programs. Most of it has occurred in higher income countries, but there is a strong push in enhanced dissemination in other countries across the world in recognizing that investing in our youth and really supporting the caretakers can be very impactful for supporting the current generation and future generations to come. So I'm going to talk to you the rest of my presentation about our project that we've been doing for almost now 10 years, which good to know. This is a project that is focused here in Kenya, particularly in Nairobi County in Kibera, and we have been working to figure out ways to best support parents with young children. And so I want to talk to you today about the Safe Care Kenya project. This project started back in about 2016, where a physician who works regularly with families and children was seeing a lot of concerning behaviors by the parents and some injuries by the children that just didn't make sense. And she was really curious, what can she do? She herself at the time was a young mother and didn't really feel like she had the expertise or knowledge to support those families. So that began a journey, a quest to figure out what she could do for her local community. And she reached out to me at the Georgia State University in Atlanta, Georgia in the United States, wanting to be trained in our program, Safe Care. And in our conversations, we acknowledged that Safe Care was developed and tested in the United States, which has a different parenting culture, different health system and infrastructure to deliver the program. And so our group came together to figure out what is it about Kenya and Kenyan parenting that we can integrate and enhance this program to be more relevant for the local communities. So we partnered with AfriMed, the Africa Institute of Mental Health and Brain Health here in Nairobi. I was at Georgia State University at the time with my colleague, Dr. Lisa Armistead, and I have since now moved to Pacific University. But this is our current research team. So our project started by really understanding, again, the local context in which this program would be implemented. And to do so, it's vital that we established a multidisciplinary stakeholder task force. And this helped us create a really informed, community-based informed process to help inform the research process, but also the adaptation and implementation of the program. Early on, we assessed the needs and necessary adaptations for Safe Care in Kenya, as well as the willingness and ability of Kenya to integrate a child maltreatment program. Through that, we adapted the curriculum and how it is implemented. This here is a list of our stakeholders, and it is growing all the time. I can never keep the slide up to date. Of note, the ones with the asterisks next to them were the ones that were with us from the start of this, and many of you are represented here today, and I thank you for your ongoing participation and support of this project. So in 2019, we convened a three-day stakeholder task force meeting to go over the early data that we collected of understanding the parenting culture in Kenya and the infrastructure in which we could embed an intervention like Safe Care. Our stakeholders discussed this information and what the curriculum and program implementation looked like, and made some modifications to really ensure it would be of value and benefit to families here in Kenya. Hence where we revised the title to be called, or the name of the program to be Safe Care Kenya, and also revised the logo, as you saw in my earlier slide, to represent Kenya. So this was actually the logo for Safe Care Kenya based on our community stakeholders' input. We then made the modifications to the curriculum and delivered it with 6 families, with 6 providers who were recently trained at that point in delivering the program. Interestingly, this was at the start of 2020, and if many of you remember, that was the start of the COVID pandemic. And so it shifted us from a group-based delivery of this program to an individual virtual delivery, but all families were successful in completing the program and all showed benefit of this. And all those parents and all those providers said, please keep this project going. Please give this to other families and allow others to receive this program. Here's a few quotes from the families that received the program. One mother said, Safe Care is a good program. It has helped me with my baby to manage the activities that I cannot do easily before. I would like Safe Care to train other parents to have the knowledge that I have now. Thank you, Safe Care. It is a nice program. I've learned a lot from the program, how to take care of my child, and I really am thankful for the program. The program should continue for others to learn. And then finally, I'm happy, empowered, and I will empower my community with the skills. So based on that enthusiasm and incitement from our stakeholders as well, we then secured a larger grant to begin to scale up this intervention and test its effectiveness. We want to make sure that this is a program that is of value and benefit to not only the community health volunteers or promoters that are receiving the training to be able to deliver this program, but also the families that are receiving it. So we now have trained 4 local trainers who are then helping to train providers who will deliver this program with families who have children between the ages of 18 months and 5 years. They then have in turn, in the last 2 years, trained 16 community health promoters who are delivering this program. And in total, we are recruiting 312 families from those community health promoters' cases. And of those, 208 are receiving the program, and the other group is our control group, where they're continuing to receive the services they do otherwise from their community health promoters. Also of note, we are doing this both in-home as well as virtually, so we are testing out technology to see if that is a way we can deliver this program. So that is an ongoing trial. We are hoping to wrap up around May of next year to be able to disseminate the outcomes of this project to a broader audience. We are starting next week our stakeholder task force meeting. We have twice a year an impact on our youngest children. Through the effective implementation of parenting programs such as Safe Care Kenya and many others that are out there in our communities here. These are important investments for our current youth as well as our next generation. So my call to action is for local communities and governments to support parenting through these parenting support programs and really ensuring that families and their youth, their children, are set up for success. Together we can reduce the impact of climate change on children's experiences of adversity and promote the resiliency of children. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Janelle. We are really grateful for your great presentation, and what I hear from you is that early childhood is a very critical time, that we should build resilience in you, the children, and that all the stakeholders, that includes every one of us here, the parents, the communities, have a part to play to ensure that children are built and they are given capacity to be able to stand the climate change crisis. Thank you very much. And now we're going to the Q&A sessions. And so I would ask somebody to assist the participants with microphone so that we can have questions. Yes, thank you. You can have a seat first. Okay, thank you. You can raise your hand. Anyone with a question? All right. Oh, there's one here. Do you have anywhere to write? Or you get the question?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, thank you, Prof, for taking your time to travel all the way from the US to be here with us, and totally appreciate, the importance of parenting and the early childhood experiences, the advanced childhood experiences. I just have a question on, for the skeptics on climate change, and I think I asked a colleague this yesterday. Is there any data that is showing us that perhaps these advanced childhood experiences are increasing, maybe over the last 2 decades or something? I don't know at what point do we really begin pinpointing the impact of that. And is there something extra required of us as policy, resource allocation to counter that? Or are we making a storm in a cup of tea? Sorry.
Great questions, thank you. So first off, I think our understanding of adverse childhood experiences globally has been more understood in recent years than it has been historically. Adverse childhood experiences were first identified several decades ago, but more in the United States. And focus was put there, but it was recognized quickly that this is not a US-centric problem. This is something that's faced by children across the globe. And we've done better in recent years of collecting data globally, hence the data that I was able to present and some of my colleagues I've seen present. And I think that is probably one of the most critical things, is continuing to collect that data at these larger scales to really see that it is not unique to certain areas of our global world, that it is really, it cuts across all countries and all communities. And our data, I think, is something that's hard to dispute, though I understand, yes, some will dispute it in their own ways. But the reality is adverse childhood experiences, whether it be climate change, whether it be child maltreatment or other forms of violence, it is happening. It is happening in all of our communities, and it's something we can do about it, both in reducing the occurrence of that, though their chances of reducing it down to zero is I think a very aspirational goal. But there is more we can do at the way we can help support our youngest children in building that resiliency at a very young age that can really be a buffer to those experiencing, regardless of what or what we can collect. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Professor. Another question? A show of hands? I don't seem to see any hand, and that means that we're good, and she did her job well. Now I want us to appreciate her when she gets back to her seat, until she sits down. Let's continue doing it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Until she gets to her seat. Thank you very much. I'm going to welcome Sam, who will lead us to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Good morning once again. Good to see you all looking great. Looking forward to a great day. Thank you, Paul, for leading us in that very important beginning session on this and sending us to where it all starts, parenting, right? So we're going into a workshop at this point. Actually, we're going into the breakout sessions. This is our first breakout session, so we'll have 4 activities or 4 rooms. There will be a workshop here by the National Council for Administration of Justice, the Standing Committee on Access to Justice for Children. If you are interested in matters humanitarian crisis and how to respond to that, there will be 3 papers being presented in room D11. D11, you walk up here, turn to your right. That's on the first floor. If you're interested in matters child participation and young people, how they can be involved in climate change, we have 3 papers in room D23, first floor, on your left. If you walk up this auditorium, and then if you're interested in matters, how community groups, localization can work out on this, second floor, 202, and last breakout group is at on matters legal and policy, C210. So the time now is, you're supposed to be there right now, so please put on your flight. Okay, there'll be an announcement by the child participation group, but that's the other. So we'll be out until 10:30. We'll come back for our tea, coffee break right here. And that will go on up to 11. Then we'll come back here at 11 for a keynote speaker number 5, Dr. Sheila Wamahiu. And before we'll break again for another round of breakout sessions. I'm going to invite the person making an announcement, and I'll encourage us to please ensure you register. That helps us to plan for the day. There was someone to make an announcement? as Claire comes, I think we also have a very special guest today from
Good morning. Ay, tumekula breakfast. Have we had breakfast? Good morning. So my announcement particularly is the same announcement that we have just made, Sam has made, but this announcement is also going to the children. Watoto hoye! So we are also joining the adults in the breakout rooms. Sawa sawa. We're joining the adults in the breakout rooms. So also the adults, as we're doing our presentations, kindly make them as scholarly as they can be, but also as child friendly, because they will be there to participate and ask questions. Is that okay? So children, have we had our breakout rooms? Or we repeat? We repeat. So we have one breakout room here at the auditorium on matters climate change and child vulnerability that will be done by the National Council, NCAJ. Sawa sawa. Climate justice will be here. Then we have another room, D11, first floor, where we'll be talking about children and humanitarian crisis. So here we'll be talking about climate change and care reform. We'll be talking about climate change and female genital mutilation. And we'll be talking about drought, child exploitation during climate changes. Hapo tumeelewa? Watoto tuko sawa? Hiyo ni room? Room? First floor. Yes. And then we have the second room for child participation. That is D23. D23, first floor. So in this room, we are going to be talking about how to empower children during climate change, how to use clubs in school to talk about climate, and we're also going to talk about how to integrate child participation into climate action. You in the room? Okay. It is about child participation. So we go to room number 4. Room number 4 is going to be second floor. Second floor, room CC202. Nini iko mbali? Oh, okay. Room CC202. Here we're going to talk about localized actions, the actions that can be taken in the community to ensure that we can tackle climate change. So we have topics on building resilience, which will, like the one which will be done in Busia. We also have how to ensure that we have mental health taken care during climate crisis. Sawa sawa? You need room number? Yes. Then our last room is about policy for children. So we're going to look at missing children and its impacts during climate change, how to integrate policy of climate change in this room. Sawa sawa? Watoto tuko pamoja? So even our presenters, that is our last room. So kindly, all our presenters, even as we present, kindly try as much as possible to integrate the children. They will be there. We will be there as well to try and ask questions. And even if possible, where they have an experience to share, kindly allow them to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. chaperones would real. Thank you. I want to recognize the presence of Madam Joan from the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya. I would want that Madam Joan stand and wave for them. Thank you very much. We'll give Madam Joan time to say a few remarks after health break. Thank you. Welcome. Karibu sana. We can now break and go to our rooms. Thank you very much.
Kindly for the children, just wait. Whatever room that you have selected, there's someone who's coming to guide you to that room. Sawa sawa. Alafu chaperones, kindly tutarudi ballroom for some issues that we have to sort. Thank you. So all children, just remain seated wherever you are. You will be guided to whatever room that you have selected. Watoto, nimesema turudi penye tulikuwa tumekaa. Tutawaongoza kwa zile room ambazo mnaenda. But for the chaperones, kindly tukutane ballroom.
Unataka room gani? 1 2 3 4. Unataka room gani?
Okay, sawa, ngoja.
So that now, after we want to make announcement, wataka kwenda na tupe rooms ndio useme.
Ndio hizi nilikuwa nimekuambia uannounce. Okay. For wale ambao wanaenda room CC210. Watoto ambao wanaenda room CC210. Ruth is here. Madam Ruth will guide you to that room.
I'm outside here.
Anakuja.
Ndio hii. Hilda
alikuwa ameenda kutafuta room.
unajua they had to be here so to waonekane. Yes. Hello. Watoto wenye tunaenda room CC202. CC202 Hilda CC202, come to Hilda. Watoto CC202.
The NCJ team, please come to the front.
D23 Joy. D23 watoto wanataka kwenda D23, kujeni kwa Joy. D11 Eliza. D11 Eliza.
At the door. Yeah, wait at the door, please. We're starting the other session right now.
Auditorium, mnabaki hapa na mimi. Ligo. Una that lady in a white scarf. Follow her. Yes. Wanataka kufanya session. Watu wanataka tumeambiwa tufanye hizo vitu zetu huko nje. They want to start a session. Eliza, tumeambiwa tuende huko nje. Hapa auditorium wanataka kuanza session.
Okay, so let's proceed in the interest of time. I think we have the team from NCJ here. You will have up to 10:30.
Aya, come, let's go. Come.
Did I get that right? Yes. So I'm going to invite the panelists, team from NCJ,
I believe they will introduce themselves and give us the structure of the work. So if you're interested in understanding how you can promote access to justice for children in climate-related child protection vulnerabilities, please sit and let's proceed. Nitaomba wengine, let's meet outside. If you're not part of this, because we are starting on this other session. So the PA team, communication team, I hope you're ready with the person who is joining online, making a presentation. I know she's online on Zoom, the judge. At this stage, please let's be seated if you're part of it. No, okay. If you're not part of this, so let's be seated. I beg that team there, please sit. Please be seated. And then let's move to the front, because we have too many those of us who are remaining, so we can all engage in the conversation. So at this point, my role is just to support this team, though I know, as long as they don't say so much about me and how they know me. Over to you.
Good morning, yes, my name is Dennis Kubai from the National Council on the Administration of Justice. And before I proceed, we have our judge. She's online, and she wishes to introduce this session before we proceed. Are we okay? Judge, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
I think we have a problem with the voice. Judge, can you hear us? Unfortunately, we can't hear you. Is this? Oh, just a minute. Okay. We are good? Judge, you can try speaking to us.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
We can't hear her. You could hear.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, Judge.
Oh, thank you very much. Good morning.
Morning to you.
I am. Good morning and all protocol observed. Sam, thank you very much for saying we don't say.
Judge, maybe just hold a minute. I think we need to increase the volume on this side. Sorry about that.
Is this better? I don't want to take a lot of time from the people making the presentation. So I would really like to. So that's already a lot of time.
We can hear you now, Judge.
Thank you. I was worried I was taking a lot of time off the time for the presentation. So once again, good morning, Hamjambo. just to express my happiness and my gladness and my joy. And also my apology for not being there physically. We know Sam is a member of our committee. And I hope there are other members of the committee present. I am happy that we are well represented to make. Watoto hamjambo, watoto mupo. The most important thing for me today is that there are children in this conference. That despite the appearance of it being complicated because it's about climate change, that mko hapo na mnafuatilia na mnaelewa na mna contribute na want us to do about the things that happen when we adults do things that change the environment. So this thing, the theme for this conference is child protection and climate change. Let me tell you, it agrees very well with the theme for this for the service month, the Child Justice Service Month, which is conducted by the National Council on the Administration of Justice Standing Committee on Children, which is about securing justice for every child, ensuring that every child gets justice. How do we intend to do that? By ensuring that we work together as a team, all of us, and also providing money for the things that children need in the justice system so that they get justice. I wanted to just say something about today's theme and our theme as a committee, for I will be telling you more about it. That in our constitution, there is somewhere in the preamble, watoto na I hope mmesoma katiba yetu, na kwamba mnaweza kuangalia msome. Hizo peji za kwanza hapo, there is something that talks about what we are discussing today. When we wrote the constitution and adopted it as Kenyans, there's somewhere we said that we'll be respectful of our environment, which is our heritage, and we'll be determined to sustain it for the benefit of our future generations. And also in our national anthem, we talk about haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, justice be our shield and defender. So it means that we have committed as the Kenyan people, as the Kenyan nation, to ensure that we respect the environment, that we preserve it for the young people so that tomorrow you still have a good environment to live in, but in all doing all that we ensure that you get justice when things go wrong. And like I was saying, November is the Child Justice Month, and the issue is about combating child abuse. I know that Belinda Samia Wananchi will be talking about child abuse. And Karumotai there, Karo tafadhali salimia we'll also be talking about how we deal with that in a way that we'll have a conversation with them. Our Children Act, which was passed in 2022, actually clearly defines what child abuse is at section 22. Remember that. Kama huna Children's Act, uulize upate Children's Act, section 22. It says child abuse can be both physical and psychological. So I am sure they will discuss with you how child abuse, how climate change, when climate change accidents and things happen in nature, how that amounts to child abuse and what we are supposed to do. But we also expect you to tell us what you expect us to do when those things happen. So abuse results from when your rights are threatened, when your rights are denied, when your rights are violated. And when we fail to safeguard your welfare as children. So the negative effects of climate change not only threaten, but also lead to the denial and violation of the rights of children, and also lead to us children failing to get the care and protection they need. I want you to know about Section 144 of the Children's Act, and I hope that we will take notes, and when this meeting is over, you will go and check what Section 144 of the Children's Act says. Because when we fail to do our duty, then as adults we become liable for those violations, for the threats to your right, for the negligence of our obligations, and therefore as a committee now, and Kubai will tell you about it, our role is to be able to coordinate everybody in the justice system so that at the end of the day, we are aware, we are alive, we are enabled to be able to ensure that the justice system works for you, it is responsive and enabling for you to be able to approach it, and also to ensure that when you come into the justice system for whatever reason, including the effects of climate change, that you can get justice. So today, I hope that this conversation we are going to have with the team that is seated there, feel free to tell us where we don't do well. Feel free to tell us where we do well. Feel free to tell us what we need to change. But more importantly, participate. You know, get involved and have a conversation with those people there. With those many remarks, karibuni sana na asanteni na Mungu awabariki.
Thank you very much, Judge. Yes, thank you very much, Judge. I think now the team has been introduced. Again, my name is Dennis Kubai, serve as the Secretariat of NCAJ. Together with my colleagues, maybe I'll give them a minute to introduce themselves, then we can proceed with this.
Good morning. My name is Belinda Winde. I am the National Chairperson and the Chair of Chairs of Wakili wa Watoto, which is an initiative under NCAJ. And for our non-Swahili speakers, Wakili wa Watoto translates to child's advocate. So our business is children, and very happy to be here.
Good morning once more. Good morning. Tuko, we are paying attention, we're here. Yeah. So my name is Caroline Mutai. As I had said earlier, I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. But brief background about myself. I have worked for Government of Kenya for about 8 years as a state counsel in the Office of the Attorney General, and also as a...
In a relay, we have a team. We usually have 4 or 5 athletes competing against other teams. And I want these athletes to represent justice actors. Now, if those athletes don't coordinate, if they just run because they are talented and they can run, then will they win the race? Do they need to coordinate? Do they need to communicate? Do they need to pass the baton? So, in a nutshell, that is what we do. We are an establishment of Section 34 of the Judicial Service Act with the mandate of coordinating efficient, effective, coordinated justice actors, both state and non-state. We have a council which is at the apex of making decisions on behalf of NCAJ, and it is chaired by the Honorable Chief Justice. Then we have council members, we have the DPP, we have the AG, and all the other justice actors. Yes, and basically that is the structure of NCAJ. So we have, NCAJ works in committee. So we have specific committees, and the committees have technical persons, like our friend here, Carol, who then assist the NCAJ when it comes to technical work. And I want us to focus on this specific committee on the administration of justice for children, because that is why we are here today. the Standing Committee on the Administration of Justice for Children was a task force. It started as a task force in 2016 by the then Chief Justice, and they wanted to look at the gaps in child justice, and the status of our justice system. So they came up with a report that highlighted the gaps as they were then in the child justice and the recommendations thereof. And consequently, a committee was formed in 2002 to implement the recommendations. It was given a 3-year mandate to champion reforms in Kenya's child justice. And the structure of the committee is as follows. We have a legislative and policy reform subcommittee. We have a quality of care, data and infrastructure. We also have a coordination and sensitization subcommittee. Within the committee, the committee has been able to achieve a lot, including the Children Act of 2022. We also have a popular version. We also have a 5-year strategy on the national strategy on the administration of justice for children. We also have a training handbook on investigation and prosecution of online child sex exploitation. We have the status report, that is what I was alluding to. We also have through care and aftercare procedures for children in statutory institutions. We have also conducted research on delinquency prevention, and we also have My Day in Court and a report on budgeting for children. We also have SOPs on child protection units, policy on continuous professional development, and all those publications can be found when you scan this QR code. So if you need any of those publications, you can take a minute and scan the QR code. Yes. Belinda has alluded to Wakili wa Watoto. Well, and I have also mentioned a report on the status of justice system in Kenya. Well, one of the findings from the report is that advocates were very reluctant to take children matters. And as such, a recommendation was made to inspire young and upcoming advocates so that they can understand the systems of child justice and develop interest. And therefore, the committee came up with law clubs in law schools called Wakili wa Watoto. And Belinda is the chairperson, and she'll also be making a presentation on the same. But before then, I want to invite Tai to get into the substantive matter of today's presentation. We can use that.
Kubai, thank you very much for that. I will not be taking so much of your time because for today we want our Wakili wa Watoto representative to really take the day. You know, she was a child just recently. You've seen her. She's quite young. I think she can connect very well with the children in the room, and she has a very important message to deliver today. But I want to give her an intro, just to make it real. And before I even start, I want 2 children to volunteer because I have an assignment for them. Can I have 2 children who can read well, who are bold, an upcoming lawyer perhaps? Can you volunteer? Yes, I see a volunteer there. Another one? Yes. So just stand by because I want you to read something for us. So before I just go to the next slide, I want to ask you, you know, we are talking about justice and climate. And many times we say justice, we mean what? Many people think we mean court. And now we are talking about acts of nature. An act that happened because, you know, who makes it rain? It's your neighbor beat drums until the rain came. So who do you take to court? Because now we are talking about climate and about justice. Who do you take to court? Do you think there's any human involvement when these disasters strike? Do you think human beings make it worse? Do you think we can take human beings to court even if disaster was as a result of an act of God or Mother Nature? So if I have those 2 volunteers, please quickly come and read for us. Who will take the longer comment? I would like you to come in front so that you can use the mic. And also you come. Quickly, you know you're still young. Haraka kidogo. Who is reading the first one?
Okay. We might do well to stay home a few days and walk over the fields, or to stand in the shelter of the barn door and reflect upon the relentless and yet benevolent forces of Mother Nature. The laws of nature are relentless. They can never be disobeyed without exerting a penalty, yet they are benevolent, for when they are understood and obeyed, nature yields up the abundance that blesses those who understand and obey. Thank you.
Asante sana, that's excellent. Yes. Read the second one.
Okay, thank you. You volunteer nature's laws, you are your own protecting attorney, judge, jury, and hangman.
Asante sana, thank you for that. Can we say that again? Maybe we can even read it together. If you violate nature's laws, you are your own prosecuting attorney, judge, jury, and hangman. Are we communicating something? So, look at that. This is an image from Solai Dam, which led to the loss of about, 48 people. It was a horrible disaster. Does anyone remember that case? You do remember that case. Was there human involvement? Do you think we were negligent? Do you think we contributed? We did contribute. And that matter was actually prosecuted, but I want you to see, I want to play a video for you. Just to bring it home a little.
This is what is left of the
So in the interest of time, I just want you to get a small grasp of the video, but they're available online. You can just Google that and you'll find it. So we are beginning to see human involvement, and that one we are talking about causing. What action did man do to make a disaster worse than it could have been? And then we will talk about response. Do we owe a duty to our people to respond quickly when a disaster happens? Does the government owe that duty to the people? It is a right? So that's another place where we can find fault, where response is too slow or inadequate. It results in further suffering. So I'll play that video again so that you can see about a response. This was heavy rains in Nairobi. Can you hear? The volume is a bit low. Can we get higher volume? I don't know where to control that from. Mine, I think, is maximum. The previous one was louder, but I hope you can hear. Can you hear? Okay. Did you hear that? That is a civilian responding to a disaster. And the reporter says anyone could lend a hand with whatever it is they have. If you have a shovel, if you have a djembe, if you have whatever, you come and provide the response. So do you think that is proper? Do you think those people are qualified to handle a disaster? That building collapsed due to heavy rains. So the rains is an act of nature, but the response is human action that could make it worse. And then I have another video again, still talking about response. And this one, people protested. Do you think they have a legitimate reason to protest? Do they have a legitimate expectation that the government should support in such a disaster? So I'm imagining maybe the river swelled because of raining, but for whatever reason, that indicates that we are not ready. We are not ready to support. So are we learning? Are we learning from our mistakes? And I think this is an appropriate time for even to just have a few moments of silence, because we are in the midst of another disaster in Elgeyo Marakwet, and we have lost many people. So maybe just a moment of silence before I go to the next slide. Thank you very much. So are we learning? Are we learning? Who says we are learning? Are we getting better? Are we getting better at predicting, at forecasting, at all this? So the next video will challenge you.
Most triggered by heavy rainfall.
let me just pause there and ask the question again. Are we learning? We are not learning. We are not learning. Something is wrong somewhere. And maybe this is the thing, the intersection between these disasters and justice is the one that is going to force some people to learn. And that is not a threat. That is a promise. That is a promise that justice needs to adjust very well so that we provide adequate protections for our people in the midst of disaster. So the last one I want to show is on follow-up. I saw this headline, and I think the date is there, April 30th, 2025. And these people are complaining. You remember the Maimahiu floods? This dam, for the people who love hiking, if you've gone to Kijabe, Kenton, and Nessan Hills, you'll find a place where, the gorge was swept away by a dam that broke. And it swept away many families. Of course, we know children suffer the most. Many months later, sometimes they are forgotten after the disaster has gone. But this is a rallying call, and this is my intro for Belinda, who will now come and tell you what measures are in place. She has a very, very good presentation. She's an amazing young lawyer, young profession, upcoming, and I think a very good inspiration for the people to hear, what young people are doing, and not just sitting, but also thinking about the future. So welcome, Belinda.
I'll start by posing a question. In a world where the planet is on trial, who will be the counsel for the child? Colleagues, that is a question in this conference. That is a question I want you to answer as I make my presentation, because when it comes to climate change and the disasters, it is not just an environmental challenge, it is a test to justice itself. Ladies, gentlemen, and our dear children, I allow you to have the protocol that was established yesterday as I make my presentation and as I also introduce myself and the work that we do. And before all that, good morning. Like I mentioned, my name is Belinda Mwende. I am the National Chairperson and the Chair of Chairs of Wakili wa Watoto. We were established in law schools, and we have one very simple but profound mission: ensure that children are protected, their rights are promoted, and their futures are safeguarded. We're in Nairobi, we're in Nakuru, we're in Chuka, and we're in Kisii. And all those members are connected by one conviction: that justice for children is not a token, it is their rights. And I'm very honored that today I'm talking about access to justice in climate change on behalf of the committee. You see here that the committee is made up of different agencies, from the judiciary to the police service, to the DCI, to the DCS, to everyone, even trickling down to academia. That shows you that we have different stakeholders who have a mandate, and the mandate being that to promote the administration and access to justice for children. And as I make my presentation, I'll be looking at each of these agencies, and I want you to ask yourself, and maybe we'll have this discussion: what are they doing? What should they be doing? And what must they do, because we've watched the clips, to ensure that children are protected and their rights are promoted, especially with the advent of climate change and its effects, and also ensuring that we leave no child behind. And that because all of us can agree that we cannot afford to tell the children who will act on our issues tomorrow, their future is today. So I will start with the issues that are in this conference are issues of climate change, humanitarian crisis, displacement, education, mental health, malnutrition, and all that. And all these factors reflect one challenge, and it is a just Who is accountable when children suffer climate-induced harm? How can children and communities claim redress? What role must our justice system play when the environment itself becomes a source of rights violations? We are anchored by our Constitution, Article 53, that provides for the rights of the child. We have the Children's Act. We have the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, and we have the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. In all these legislations, there are three principles that are very apparent. One, that no child should be discriminated against on any basis. Two, best interests of the child should be of paramount importance in every matter that concerns the child. And lastly, every child has a right to life, survival, protection, and development. And we can all agree, based on the videos that we've had and the presentations that we've had, we are really violating the child's right to life, survival, and protection if these issues are not adequately addressed. So when it comes to access to justice, when you look at the judiciary, and I'll have to remind that these agencies are not the only people who have the mandate to ensure justice for children. We also have that mandate, everyone in this room. So when you're talking about access to justice, states are obligated to protect children's rights to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, and that includes protecting them from climate change. And for children in this aspect, access to justice will mean that courts are available as well as remedies. Two, that there's accessibility. The children can reach these courts not just physically, but also financially and linguistically. That means that children are able to understand the language that is being used, because we've been reminded time and time again that you cannot talk about children without children, nothing about us without us. Thirdly, adaptability. Our procedures must fit their age and context. And thirdly, accountability. Duty bearers, like we've seen, they must answer for their harm, for their negligence, and any omission. When it comes to access to justice, we must move from it being a reactionary approach, because we're just reacting after the harm. But what can we do to prevent this harm from happening? In this context, it means laws recognizing that we have new harms, because the harms that were present 20 years ago are not the harms that we are witnessing today. We have cybersecurity, we have the online space, and climate change. So the laws have to recognize that we have new harms. Secondly, courts must remain accessible, because any other organ might fail, but the courts cannot afford to fail, because this is where we seek redress when our rights are violated. Thirdly, children's voices are heard. Like I've said, nothing about us without us. And remedies should be transformative. We should not just be compensating, but also can we take a preventative approach, and can a preventative approach and a rehabilitative approach. And like I've said, the climate crisis, they often collapse for more protection systems. We've seen in the clips that Carol has played. So in such context, how would climate, what happens? One, legal identity is lost because documents are destroyed. Two, courts become accessible because of disrupted infrastructure. And thirdly, children who are in refugee camps, who are already vulnerable, now they fall outside national jurisdiction reach. And here, access to justice must mean, not should, must mean that courts should be available, ensuring that there's mobile and emergency courts capable of functioning even in displacement zones. Two, ensuring that there's cross-border cooperation. Even when children migrate because of these things, we should ensure that they're still protected and their rights are still promoted. Thirdly, there should be legal aid. And lastly, that we should recognize that environmental displacement is not just a justice problem, it is a justice problem, not merely a humanitarian one, because we also have a mandate. That thirdly, when we're talking about children and young people's participation, I will keep on stressing nothing about children without children. And I'm very happy that this conference has accommodated children even in the program. We even have child guests, we have those who have organizations talking about this, we will have activists. And that, in as much as it is very empowering, it is also saddening. We should allow children to be just that, children. And if we're forcing them to be activists, it means we are failing somewhere. So access to justice in this context means recognizing their right to participate in climate governance, granting them legal standing, protecting child activists like we have here, and then embedding legal literacy in our education systems. And then the presenter who talked before our system talks about localization. But here in Kenya, we talk about alternative justice systems, which is provided for even in our constitution. So here it means that justice is not just happening in our courtrooms, it also happens in our communities, in our homes. This is like in Mero, we have a bringing it home. So here, for a localized system to be able to deliver true justice, it must be recognized in law, by our constitution it is. 2, it must be guided by human rights standards. And thirdly, it should also be accountable to oversight mechanisms. And access to justice here will then mean that we are training community leaders and child protection volunteers on due process, children's rights, and environmental law. We're also linking these informal resolution mechanisms with our formal judicial oversight and ensuring that rural and indigenous communities have the same opportunities and can claim their rights just as well as urban populations. In education, we've noted that the climate crisis is disrupting education. Floods, displacements, and heat waves are forcing schools to either close down or relocate. And when a school closes and learners are displaced, then access to justice must mean that we protect the right to education, because an empowered generation, learned children are an empowered generation. We saw what happened during the Butere gas situation, when the children were tear gassed because of their play, I remember. But they stood up and they said that they have rights and they protested. That means, children who know their rights are empowered children and are able to support all of us to task to be able to protect them. So when it comes to the health, nutrition, and mental well-being, the access to justice here will mean that we hold polluters and negligent actors accountable for environmental degradation, ensuring that we have remedies for children who are harmed by environmental neglect, ensuring that mandating actually that there's psychosocial support and trauma care as part of remedy, and ensuring that the right to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. So what you realize that barriers to climate responsive justice, 1, it is structural because there's limited court presence in remote or disaster-prone areas. 2, there's a legal barrier in that there's narrow interpretation of a children standing in environmental cases. 3, it's a procedural challenge that there's limited access to legal aids in displaced settings. And lastly, there's an aspect of the social challenge, poverty, gender inequality, and cultural stigma, which senses our children and their families. So our call to action is ensuring that we align our Children's Act and child protection in climate emergencies, institutionalizing environmental rights of the child in national law, promoting standing for children in public interest litigation, and adopting models within the AU that promote climate justice, and also developing mobile and virtual courts for displaced communities. As I go on, so now the judiciary role here would be protecting, upholding the constitutional right of every child to a safe and healthy environment, prevention, ensuring that we hold states and corporates accountable before harm occurs, and ensuring that we nurture jurisprudence that affirms intergenerational justice. As I move on, I hope you're having those questions and challenges so that as we come from here, we have actionable points to ensure that every agency has a mandate to ensure that they protect children. Now, the other agency I'm going to look at is the ODPP, the Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecutions. I'm smiling because I can see a representative here, and I think she has a presentation. But the access to justice, their contribution should be prioritizing prosecution of climate-related child rights violations, issues of child labor, trafficking, land conflicts affecting children, neglect in evacuation or resettlement. So, ODPP, I can say a representative, prioritize prosecution of climate-related child rights violations. Secondly, developing specialized prosecution guidelines for environmental and child cases. And lastly, ensuring that there's a victim-sensitive prosecution with psychosocial and witness protection supports. We have the LSK, our Law Society of Kenya. Their terms of reference is that they should promote legal and policy reforms and offer legal aid. The access to justice contribution in this discussion would be providing pro bono legal aid for children, advocating amendments, integrating child protection into climate and environmental law, and training advocates on climate and children's rights jurisprudence. At least Wakili wa watoto wa lucky. We already done this before we become advocates. So we are already training ourselves about climate and the children's rights jurisprudence. We have the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. They have the mandate to ensure that they investigate any state and corporate violations of children's environmental rights, providing quasi-judicial redress through the Commission's complaints mechanism, and issue advisories and reports on compliance with the CRC and our African Charter. When it comes to our police service, you know, when a child comes into contact with the law, these are the first people that they, one of the first people that they come into contact with. So what mandate do they have? One is, I don't know, is this better? Okay, maintaining child protection desks and training officers on handling climate-related displacements, coordinating rescues during climate disasters, because like we've seen, it was the civilians, who are doing the rescuing. Where are the police, And then supporting evidence collection and strengthening community policing units to prevent violence in resource-stressed areas. When it comes to the Witness Protection Agency, we are safeguarding children who testify in climate-related exploitation. Judge referred us to go look at Section 144 of the Act. Section 144 provides for children who are in need of care and protection, one of them being children who are in conflict with the law, witnesses, and victims. So the Witness Protection Agency should safeguard children who testify in climate-related exploitation, develop emergency relocation mechanisms for child witnesses, and working with ODPP and CSOs to ensure safe, trauma-informed testimony. The Department of Children's Services, they should lead in case referral, manage temporary shelters, and integrate climate sensitivity into child protection. The probation and aftercare services, they should provide social inquiry reports, facilitate diversion and non-custodial options for children affected by climate-related stressors, and also link children to psychosocial support. And civil society organizations, yesterday we heard from UNICEF and what they are doing, and other civil society organizations, they should run legal aid clinics and awareness campaigns, document climate-linked child rights violations, and strengthen a community-based child protection systems. And lastly, academia. We've had reports, we've had research from the different people who've stood here. As academia, you have the obligation to generate data and research on the intersection of climate impacts and child protection. We also need to evaluate how effective are our legal and policy interventions, and if they're not effective, what do we need to do? What are the gaps and how do we fill these gaps? And lastly, they need to develop a curricula for justice actors on climate and children's rights, because once we understand what our obligation is, what is needed from us, how are children being affected by this, then we are able to come up with a curricula and we are able to adequately and holistically address this question and also protect children. Because the true measure of justice is not in our policies. It is in how we protect the smallest hands among us. And that is our most vulnerable, that is our children. And that is my presentation. Thank you. So maybe now here I'll have some your contributions on some of the ways that the different agencies could be able to, based on what I've already presented, other ways that we could work together to ensure that there's access to justice for children, especially when we are handling climate issues. So based on all the agencies, what are we doing? Where are we not working? What should we do better?
Thank you very much, Wakili wa Watoto. My name is Isaac Wanjekeche from Joseph Waso Foundation, and mostly we deal with children with disability, and our key area is to help them with the assistive devices just to make them cope up with life. Madam, I appreciate your presentation, and I appreciate the crisis that this country is in. In matters of disability, apart from the crisis that we are talking about, that is climate change, even normally, these children that you represent, that are called children with disability, they have been disregarded, they have been abandoned, they have been left on their own. Now forget about even the issue now of climate change, because now it even worsens the whole situation. So I think matters implementation of mitigating. Madam Wakili, I appreciate your presentation there. And when we talk about the Solai issue, you can imagine there was a child there who was already disabled and has been hidden in the house and who was swept off by the water. Of course, he or she must have been just waiting to die, because even access to a mere wheelchair cannot be provided by the state. So I think legislation towards that area must be addressed with very key aspect. Lastly, most of these children who are disabled sometimes require what we call physiotherapy. When they go to health facilities and their parents have captured them under SHA, to shock you, they will have to pay money for physiotherapy. And they're already disabled. They're already disadvantaged. Yet again, they have to be given a penalty to pay money for disability for them to be rehabilitated. I think that is an area that we need to address with a lot of seriousness. Thank you, and God bless you.
Great, so we are on the answer, is it question answer session? We have 10 minutes, so I see 3 hands. Let's just handle those and then, okay, please be very brief, just go to the point, okay? So then respond.
Thank you very much, Wakili wa Watoto, for a very good presentation. And also Caroline and I think James. For me, linking from what Caroline had presented with what you have presented, I have one question, because I believe we learn from experience. My question is, how can the justice system compel the government to ensure that they have put in place preventive mechanisms that they'll be able to ensure that in future the children of Kenya do not suffer from climate change? Because for sure we have seen there are so many things that have been happening. But how comes the institutions with the mandate to protect the children have not been able to prevent this? So I would like to know how we can compel the government to put in place a preventive mechanisms that can be monitored, especially maybe by judiciary or another institutions, to ensure that we don't experience this in future. Thank you.
My name is Ivan Satepe from Nyamira County. My concerns, I have about 3 of them. Wakili, in some of the judicial courts, children's cases take long to give the results why it happened. So we have some delays. It takes 2 years, 3 years. A child was divided, needs justice, and a case imagine can take more than 2 years. And we wonder, we as citizens, why it takes such kind of delay. Number 2, we have key areas, even the government structures, who make children not to get justice. To mention a few, like the office of ODPP that you have mentioned right now, I'm happy that you have seen and identified that is one of the key area that needs to be well looked at. So ODPP area, we want to know why you get that cases taken to ODPP, you get that 2 cases in court, 20 cases dropped. That's what my concern was. Lastly, we have also from police stations, you get that children, the information we take there, they don't take it serious. They hide the evidence and ends up hanging. So thank you.
Okay, just make your question. So just 2 more. I really want us to be on break at 10:30. And ODPP, you are right of...
My name is Carol Luanga. I'm a student from JKUAT. My question is majorly on climate and justice. When we talk about the depletion of groundwater within Nairobi area, most of the people tend to actually drill boreholes within distances that are not stipulated by the article in the Water Act, whereas it's required for people to drill boreholes within 800 and 500 meters. But in Nairobi, you find that people can be drilling boreholes at a distance of about 100 meters. So this results to land disturbance, whereby the land tends to sink, resulting to release in gases such as carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, and also methane, contributing to increases in global temperatures. So what does the justice system do in order to regulate such, majorly in the urban areas such as Nairobi, Mombasa, and Kisumu?
Thank you. So I hope you've taken out of the question. Please, brother, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Leon Githinji. I'm representing a farm called Kralaf. And my question to you enshrines part of what my brother from Nyamira says, but then let me polish it a bit better. What are the efforts taken by NCAJ, right, in upholding aspects of the overriding principles enshrined under Civil Procedure Act, Section 1A and B, towards administration of justice, one? Because, I mean, even looking back to a case, for example, whereby people are acquitted over matters that you can clearly see, not that it's just fictional. Second of all, bearing in mind that NCAJ has multiple actors, what are some of the efforts taken by the body to curb the overlapping roles of each actor and help towards an efficient output?
Thank you. I understand your hand has really been up.
Thank you for the opportunity. Mine could be a recommendation. As I was following the presentation, it was quite rich, and I was also trying to cope with what we have back home. With what we have back home, and I really felt the aspect of inclusivity in terms of gender, one, and also inclusivity in terms of localization, what the communities are able to do, and how can we strengthen what they are able to do. I can make reference to the video that was shown where communities were already serving someone else. And how can we strengthen those communities to be able to respond to the disasters that frequent their areas where they stay? And for me, we need a point of reference on the judiciary, the language that is then appearing on what you were presenting according to the various structures and groups. So that's why I think maybe it's important to bring that out in the language so that we have a point of reference, and then we try to implement. Thank you.
Please, yes, there's an answer to some of these problems from the government.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all the presentations starting from Justice Madeka, but the critical thing to me I'm looking at, and I'm not asking a question. Each and every agency has a role to play. Can we stop the mentality of doing things alone? Because this is issues about climate change is multi-sectoral. Each and everybody has a role to play. So the silo mentality needs to come out, whether you're from NCAJ, whether you're from ODPP, the Directorate of Children's Services, all these other agencies within the children justice sector. Can we have integrated systems that we are able to see what is happening from the police? Can they refer to probation? Can they refer to the children's services? And I believe that will make a great change, because silo mentality has made things not to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Nemsek. Please proceed. Let's respond to those, and then we'll wind it up.
Given them to
You hear me? I have been appointed to take the bullet for the team. Or to, in your language is what? To catch a grenade for the team. So let me start with, I think, the one I recorded. First of all, thank you for your comment. There was a question on how justice systems can compel government to put in place preventive measures. So I think when you think about the disasters that happen and you try to find out what could have gone wrong, you will be able to identify which sector dropped the ball. For example, elephant in the room, corruption. There's an issue with corruption, especially with construction. Some people cut shortcuts so that they don't get the full approvals before they put up these multi-story buildings. Okay. And we can follow those people who are supposed to be making these approvals. And that goes the same with compliance. Then we have county governments, people in charge of things like drainage, sanitation, because we know drainage is a big factor that causes flooding. And disaster management responses, those people in charge of handling disaster management. Will ODPP respond to that question? We have Leamati. Leamati Leamati, we see you. You're going to respond to the question of the ODPP. But strengthening communities to respond, I think that's a very powerful contribution, because even in schools we have these fire drills, we have things like those to just expose vulnerable communities to what they need to do or what they can do to prevent further damage as they wait for the main response to come. So I think that's a very powerful recommendation, and I think we are going to take that one and include that in our presentations going forward. So I'm not going to take a lot of time. Let me just take the mic to Leah. Oh, she has. Leah, please go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Leah. I prosecuted the Milimani Children's Court, and always this. And the rest of the time, I'm stationed at the Children's Division in the office of the DPP. Our colleague has a concern that 2 out of the 20 matters that come to the ODPP are the ones that go to court. I'm not sure if that's factual, but if it is, I would wish to let us all know that the decision not to charge is based on a lot of reasons. By the time the DPP prefers charges against a perpetrator or a child in conflict with the law, there are a lot of boxes that have to be ticked. And we work collaboratively with the National Police Service, the investigators, and that's why I applaud the NCAJ. That's a very wonderful presentation, because what the NCAJ is doing is to try and bring the us together for the sake of justice for the child. So going forward, I want to give our colleague an assurance that it is only when we work collaboratively that this can happen. Why are these cases being dropped? It's because some boxes are not ticked. Why are those boxes not ticked? Can we do better? So yes, I will not be quick to blame the DPP. I propose that moving forward that we work together and make sure that those boxes are ticked. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I know maybe not all questions were fully answered, but that's the essence of being here for a few more days and hours, so we can still interact and have conversations. You know, success has a lot of relatives, you know that, huh? So now that this team has done a very beautiful work, it is time for me to identify with them that I'm their relative. I'm a member of this committee. You've done a beautiful job. Thank you so much for connecting. I think those videos really brought it to life. I agree, Carol, that many times when you think about justice, we just think about the court and maybe the police, and you're wondering, what has the Kanjo guy got to do with justice? And so there's a lot that can be done. I think if I'm not wrong, I've heard it that it's possible, or rather we are having precedents now, where an individual officer can be held responsible for not delivering their mandate within the office that they do occupy. And maybe we need to see many of us come up and do a lot more jurisprudence around that, so that you know that if you are responsible for the storm drain in one part of the city and the system collapses, then we hold you responsible. I think that's really where it goes. And this kind of a structure as a committee, I can tell you there is a lot of collaboration that happens. During even the protests that we had, during some of these climate-related issues, I've seen us come together and ask, what's happening to that case? Why is that case not being processed as fast as it should be? I think someone asked, how long should these cases go? Nothing more than 6 months, right? Yeah, so none of these cases should really go beyond 6 months. This month, we are doing the service month. Part of the service month idea is to ensure that cases that have been delayed can be quickly processed, and we bring together the lawyers and everyone who is involved in that matter. So if you have a case that you think is pending, I wonder whether they can still be admitted in the court cases that are being processed, but there's an attempt to fast-track all these cases. So there's good intention. We just need to collaborate, take your responsibility as a public member, as community leader, and ensure that the case is being addressed quickly. Otherwise, when Mother Nature does it, we'll all be in trouble. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes. Thank you, David. And I think in addition, there is a contact. Do you have it right now? For the NCJ, we have a secretariat that can also address this. Even if you don't come to the office here in Nairobi, through the children department or the state department at the county level, you know, all these partners have a system in which we are coordinating. There's another structure called the Court Users Committee. It's been very effective in helping us ensure that we are bringing all these matters. But I agree with you, it may not be just this forum, because I mean, we know this is very structured, but please don't hold back. We're going to share with you contacts on how you can raise a matter. You know, I can't tell you some details, but I've received cases of suspected traffickers in one of the counties anonymously, because I coordinate the civil society group. And through that, we were able to work internally through the office of the DCI, and the person was arrested, and the entire system ran its course. So I can assure you there's a lot of willingness to work on this. In the interest of time, I want to invite us for tea, coffee break, then we'll be back here at 11. Enjoy yourself. Please, a round of applause for this team. That was beautiful, beautiful job. Thank you. So we are all back here, including everyone else, for our plenary with the keynote speaker before we'll go to other round of breakout session.
This is DJ Clef.
Afrobeats to life.
It's Joelle on the beat. It's Joelle on the beat.
I know you've already had a lot, you've discussed a lot already, but there's still more to come, which is building up on what has been done before. So mine is very simple. I know some people, but the others I have not met. But either way, let's briefly talk about myself, and then I invite the speaker because it's not my time. So I am Dr. Wilkins Ndege Muhingi. I heard someone say they're from JKUAT. I come from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, where I coordinate medical social work program, and of course assisting in coordinating the exam. I am from the Department of Rehabilitative Sciences in the School of Medicine in the College of Health Sciences. We have many things to offer there. Anytime you can visit us. Other than that, I also am a trainer of trainers, and generally I train in child safeguarding and protection. And I engage in research. I do many things to do with children. Where children are, you'll find me there, because they are innocent, and that is the future. One of the children here said, when you protect the child, you protect the future. So children are our future. So we're happy to be in this and participate. We are almost launching a book that we did with the former Director of Children's Services. We have written a book on child safeguarding, practice and protection that will be coming out soon. It just delayed a bit. We have been on that for quite some time. Then generally, my area is teaching social work and things relating to development. Yeah, so I don't have to tire you or to say so much.
This meeting is being recorded.
Yeah, so I don't have to say so many things about myself. Let me bring in the speaker.
The recording has stopped.
Sorry, no problem. Yeah, so our speaker today, I hope I'll pronounce her name very well, and I hope the speaker is here. Yes, thank you. Yeah, so our speaker is Dr. Let me pick the name that I can pronounce easily, Sheila Womayo, but the middle name is Parveen. I hope that's the pronunciation. Yeah, so this is not a person who is coming just to say hi to us and not contribute a lot, because this is someone who has been in this. She's going to talk about child protection, but of course, in the area of education, climate change, how these interrelate. This is someone who has been in this on education matters, someone who has a PhD in education, is someone who understands things here and there in education, and having also worked, she has a lot of experience, of course, consulting, Jaslika Consulting, a company where she's coming from. So she has a lot to share with us in line with education, in line with the climate change or the climate change crisis, and I'm sure she has a lot of experiences that she will share with us, and then we will ask questions. And she has also experienced in matters NGOs or non-profit organizations, research, qualitative, quantitative, and there are many things that she can also share as she shares other things that she would like to share. Thank you very much, and welcome. We will listen to you. We can appreciate her as she comes. Karibu.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the moderator. I'll give you A for pronouncing my names correctly, almost correctly. So I am Sheila Parveen Wamahio, And as he said, I come from an organization called Jaslika, which is both a consulting firm and also a foundation. At Jaslika, we believe in connecting the dots. We base our philosophy on Ubuntu, the interconnectedness of Ubuntu. And I hope that is what I shall be able to reflect in today's talk. I'll break with protocol a little bit that was established. I know I saw the children here. Maybe they will come, maybe they won't. But I would like to recognize the presence of the children, because we are here today because of the children, and having the children here means we can have an intergenerational dialogue. Because my topic is, I'm looking at child protection, education, and the climate crisis in Africa. And I'm going to talk about dismantling the silos and transforming mindsets. And I'm arguing that dismantling mindsets is not of the children alone, because the children are still forming the mindsets. It's dismantling the mindsets of us adults who are here today, because we don't see the very obvious. And also, I do recognize all the distinguished guests who are here today, friends and colleagues, and recognize the State Department of Children Services and the NCAJ. Justice Madeka is a wonderful champion of child rights and child justice. But I'll break with protocol by recognizing Sam. Not because he's my friend and brother, but because I followed him from the first conference, and we've seen how much effort. It was a vision for Sam. And of course, not working alone, but he led that vision, and that is why we are here today. So thank you, Sam, for everything that you do. We are gathered here today. Normally I don't read, but I know, and I can see Ernest here from Jaslika who's saying, oh my gosh, I hope she doesn't talk, because if I talk, I can take the whole day. So I'm going to try and remain to the script, and I'll read so that I don't, take up too much of your time. So we are gathered here today to discuss the climate crisis, which is actively reshaping the reality of childhood right now on this continent and everywhere else. The global community has spent decades defining problems in isolation. Climate change as an environmental issue, armed conflict as a political one, and child protection and education as humanitarian challenges. We compartmentalize them into sectors. We separate them by ministries, separate the agencies, and separate budget lines. This siloed thinking is our greatest strategic failure. And I'd really like to know, is there anybody here from the Ministry of Education present? Because yesterday, from the ministry? No. And because I come from the education sector working, my research is at the intersection of education and child protection and gender and rights. I always feel it when I go to forums where there's no representation from the Ministry of Education or the line agencies, because it is so critical that they're here to tell us what they are doing and how they can work with other sectors like child protection. So that is one of our greatest strategic failure in addressing the climate crisis. For the child in the Horn of Africa facing a 6th failed rainy season, or the child in the DRC fleeing violence over mineral wealth, or the displaced child in Darfur, whose life is defined by the struggle for water and survival. These crises are not separate. They're single, terrifying reality. The child is one. The child is a whole being, but we are dividing them up into silos. And the impact of the crisis, we cannot compartmentalize them. This is the reality that is confronting them every day. The climate crisis rarely acts alone. It is the ultimate threat multiplier. It weaponizes existing fragility, accelerating the descent into violence and chaos. Our core mission today is to achieve a profound mindset transformation that recognizes this interconnectedness. Our goal is not just to protect the children from the crisis, but to decolonize, educate, and empower ourselves and the children, who is the future and the present. And I will emphasize we also have to empower ourselves, not be looked down as children don't have agency or that we are doing the right things, because we are not. So this future is inherently volatile and can fuel hopelessness unless we take immediate, sustained, and holistic action to build the resilience, critical thinking, and agency. We have a broken intergenerational contract. From Africa to the Americas to Australasia, the deepest calls to action are embedded in ancestral wisdom, reflected in the words that the earth has not been given to us by our parents, but we have borrowed it from our children. Human rights and child protection defenders and environmentalists like the Nobel Peace Laureate, the late Professor Wangari Maathai, integrated indigenous wisdom with science, and her activism and her contribution to the world was based on that. She underscored that the conservation of resources for future generations is not only a cultural responsibility, but is our moral duty. This moral duty is being systematically ignored. Despite clear scientific evidence on climate change and its devastating consequences, we find despite the scientific evidence, we continue to ignore. Gen Z activist Greta Thunberg accuses world leaders for perpetuating intergenerational injustice by stealing the future and childhoods of younger generations through the persistent inaction. The climate crisis we face today is a consequence of our failure, a collapse of trust, a breakdown of essential systems, and a betrayal of our commitment to the future generations from whom we have borrowed this planet. To understand the present crisis, we, especially in Africa and elsewhere, we must dig into the past. We must map the vicious cycle and the structural roots of this crisis. Otherwise, we'll just be treating the symptoms and not the root causes. And we must then look at our colonial legacy. We must acknowledge the destructive colonial experience that laid the structural fault lines that the climate crisis now exploits across Africa. The policies of the colonial government, inherited and continued by many of our governments, continue to haunt us today. I'll single out two of them. Resource dispossession and conflict. The colonialists established extractive economic models that depleted natural resources like minerals, cocoa, rubber, prioritizing these export commodities over local food security and systematically destroying sustainable indigenous land management practices. This created fundamental resource dependency and vast environmental degradation. This destruction includes disruption of pastoralism, leading to overgrazing and desertification, which remains a key driver of resource conflict in regions like Darfur and the Sahel today. There's also the issue of cash and monoculture that has led to food insecurity. Sustainable, diversified intercropping systems which provided food security and maintained soil health were replaced by monoculture farms, groundnuts, cotton, coffee. I come from Nyeri, so we're very proud of our tea and coffee, but if you look at the destruction it has done, it's vast. I remember my late husband telling me when he was growing up, they had enough food, subsistence, to at least for the family. As he started growing up and they moved to tea and coffee, the money was not enough, the food was not there, and the money was not enough to buy food. So that is also a legacy of the colonial systems and post-colonial. This disruption to traditional mixed farming and reliance on cash crops continue to have direct detrimental impact on child nutrition and well-being. And there's the forestry and land tenure. Vast tracts managed through complex customary laws. Today, this legacy is visible in the DRC, where conflicts over minerals like coltan and cobalt, essential to global technologies, even those we are using here and use in our everyday lives, are intertwined with the collapse of governance and environmental ruin, much to the detriment of children. The second set of policies that I'd like to talk about is the social fragmentation and erosion of child protection. By imposing arbitrary borders and governed through tactics of divide and rule, purposely fragmenting communities, a legacy that continues to fuel ethnic, religious, and resource-driven conflict today. This fragmentation did more than just create political rivalries. It actively dismantled the very fabric of community-led protection. For example, colonial borders sliced straight through the homelands of ethnic groups. Like the Somali population are now in how many? 5 countries, scattered over 5. Maasai, Kenya, Tanzania, the Iteso, Kenya, Uganda. And with that was also the scramble for resources, breakdown of traditional protection systems and values. So the disarming of traditional protection. Critically, colonial powers deliberately dismantled and delegitimized traditional justice systems, which I know the Kenyan judiciary and NCAJ, I think, have been looking at the whole issue of restorative justice and mediation, and all that is rooted in traditional justice systems and local governance that were historically responsible for community-level conflict resolution and child welfare. The erosion of these indigenous structures meant that when state systems inevitably failed, the community had no viable social safety net to fall back on. These legacies left behind weak, high social fragmentation and economic systems dependent on raw extraction. These are the pre-existing conditions that climate change exploits. When a drought hits a region divided by colonial-era borders and dependent on a single cash crop, it does not cause poverty, it sparks conflict over the few remaining viable resources. And it creates a vicious climate conflict feedback loop. Climate shocks, like the devastating drought in the Horn of Africa, accelerate resource scarcity, driving internal displacement and competition. For instance, the drastic shrinking of Lake Chad has disseminated livelihoods, creating a vacuum of instability that fuels extremism and armed conflict across the entire basin, including Nigeria, Niger, Chad, Cameroon. This escalates into violence in communities already weakened by colonial divisions and weak governance. And then you have the climate conflict to climate. You know, we often look at the human cost of conflict, but we don't look often at the environmental aspects of consequences of conflict. War itself is an environmental catastrophe driven by the military-industrial complex. This systemic structure, fueled by continuous production and massive resource consumption, ensures militaries are among the largest global consumers of fossil fuels. Anyway, I get carried away by the topic, so let me just continue reading. As I said, this fails to consider the continuous cycle of armed conflict driven by resource competition and global arms flows leading to the deliberate destruction of vital infrastructure and ecosystems, oil spills, pollution from munitions, and deforestation, which severely undermines a community's capacity to adapt to future climate shocks and contributes significantly to greenhouse gas emissions. Though not on the African continent, the massive visible destruction in Gaza, including the obliteration of education, health, water, sanitation systems, and the staggering volume of carbon emissions from the conflict, provides a stark contemporary example of how war accelerates environmental devastation and the consequences for the children. It will, even in one generation, we cannot recover from that devastation. And this has the compounded impact on children, on child. This nexus rooted in colonial injustice, accelerated by climate, and inflamed by conflict. See, 3 C's delivers a triple blow to our core mandates, which is child protection. The scale of the crisis is staggering. UNICEF reports that children in 98% of African countries are at high or extremely high risk from the impacts of global climate change. By the end of 2024, the total number of children displaced by conflict and violence in Sudan, the DRC, Afghanistan, and the Gaza Strip reached almost 50 million, and that is from conflict alone, an additional 4.4 million children were driven from their homes by other types of disasters, human-made disasters. The immense cohort of forcibly displaced children constitutes a risk caravan. Colonialism's direct impact on child protection systems is foundational. The colonial administration often deliberately dismantled and delegitimized traditional justice systems and local governance. I've already talked about that. And this has led to impacts on child welfare and mutual protection. The erosion of these indigenous structures, often deliberately weakened by colonization, means that when state-level systems fail in the face of climate shock conflict, the community has no viable social safety net to fall back on. And this leaves the children highly susceptible to trafficking, forced marriage, child labor, and recruitment into armed groups. And within this, we know that girls, if you take the gender perspective and we look at children with disabilities, they are even more, the consequences are even worse for them. And of course, boys also through recruitment into as soldiers. Now, there's also the issue of education, and I'm here because of education. Education, we all agree, is a strategy. In every document, you'll see that education is a strategy for change. You have the action for climate empowerment, and there education is a pillar. And then you have creating awareness, a second pillar, which I believe is also part of education. That's not formal education, but it's still educating people. But now we say education is important. We have to ask our questions, first of all. Where are the schools? Schools are no longer safe havens. I think yesterday and even today, there were presentations that shows schools and, the learning loss and all that so we need to look at schools. Are they really safe havens? They're destroyed by disaster, occupied by forces, or abandoned by displaced communities. This results in protracted educational emergencies. Crucially, colonial education systems were designed for assimilation and extraction, not resilience. Remember, in Africa, we had apartheid. We had apartheid, not only in South Africa. We had segregated education, so it was meant to keep Africans, in their place. And post-colonial systems have changed, but maybe not so much. And the curricula, even when we say that we are reforming curricula, we also need to look at to what extent are they relevant to the child facing displacement, scarcity, and conflict. So this is the whole issue of infrastructure. There's also the issue of the knowledge, the content, and there's also the issue of the critical pedagogical skills. So we need to, when we look at education, we need to look at all this comprehensively, and we need to look at what was the indigenous education, what did it offer? But I'll come to that. I'll be finishing soon. So we have said that in the indigenous cultures, inherently embraced learner-centered, child-friendly, participatory, and experiential learning. These are still very modern principles. And I feel very amazed when somebody is praising the Lego Foundation, not that I don't want to praise them, but then saying the Lego Foundation is teaching us that play is very important in learning. But we knew that already. Indigenous cultures knew that already. So we don't have to say, we just need to reclaim. So in order to do that, we must reclaim, if you're looking at education as the core driver, we need to reclaim the curriculum and restore protective knowledge. Curriculum must be fundamentally decolonized, and alongside that, even our education policymakers and our teachers need to be decolonized and look deeper into what existed. This means moving beyond the imported Western-centric model and embracing champion of climate change transformation. We must recognize and invest in teachers and school staff on adapting, localizing curricula, but also in delivering trauma-informed teaching and not have the silos. I heard in the morning the children are in their clubs, which is wonderful, the learning in the clubs. But what about the transfer from the club to the mainstream? As a researcher, I found what you do in the club often remains in the club. It doesn't come into the mainstream classroom. And I would also like to, before I conclude, I'd just like to emphasize the issue of climate justice and reparative financing, especially the last. We must also hold the military-industrial complex accountable for its massive carbon footprint and environmental costs of conflict, while ensuring industrialized nations fund adaptation and recovery at the scale required. As an essential step toward reparative justice that prioritizes the long-term investment in decolonized education and child protective systems. It is unacceptable that only 2.4% of multilateral climate funds target children in Africa. That is not acceptable, and those are the issues. So finally, in conclusion, I would like to call for collective responsibility. The children of Africa are bearing the brunt of crises that they did not create, crises rooted in histories that they did not write. The time for separating climate conflict and child welfare is over. The most troubling aspect of child protection, as I've said before, and well-being is a fragmented approach, which represents a profound failure to uphold a responsibility to children because of our inaction, because of our ignorance, because of our greed. This leaves them extremely vulnerable and unjustly denied the fundamental human right to live with dignity. And while education is theoretically acknowledged as a strategic priority, this prioritization is not matched by resource allocation, leaving climate education as no more than a siloed tick box exercise. We must heed the timeless wisdom of the ancestors with which I started, expressed in the profound concept that the earth has not been given to us by our parents, but we have borrowed it from our children. This powerful concept serves as the unifying call that links human rights, child rights defenders, as well as environmentalists of all generations. Let us commit today to this integrated vision reflected in Ubuntu, to see the child not as a passive recipient of aid, but as an agent of peace and resilience, recognizing that I am because we are. To see the school not just as a classroom, but as a hub for decolonized knowledge and social cohesion, driven by science, ancestral wisdom, and the spirit of Ubuntu in protecting the environment that sustains us all. To see our work not just as management of a crisis, but the correction of historical injustices, and recognize the roles of teachers and preparing them also for mindset change and transformative action. The future of children depends on the choices we make today to dismantle our silos, transform our mindsets, and finally deliver justice and safety to the next generation. Maybe just a note, I've done, we must also be careful not to romanticize the past, because we know Nairobi was Maasai land, right? So the indigenous knowledge that the Maasai had and continue to have, perhaps, though it's fast dying off, we can't apply it to a place like Nairobi because we've already taken over, right? So we also need to keep that in mind. We take what is relevant, what is good, we must have the knowledge, take what is good and relevant, and we can do it. But thank you so much. Sorry if I've overstayed my time.
You're welcome. Thank you. You've not overstayed. I think before you go, it's good to wait so that in case someone has a question or a comment, they can have an opportunity, but we'll do it quickly because we are already into another session. Yeah, so I don't want to repeat what she has said, but I like the very last statement. I'm not repeating anything, but she looks like she's my teacher because she finished by saying, do not romanticize the past, but tap into it. Well, I've reorganized it a bit, but basically, it's like she's concluding by saying, we're leaving out indigenous knowledge, we're leaving out our old ways of working out things which can contribute to or help protecting children. So we can tap into that, but we don't really, because sometimes people emphasize indigenous knowledge, they don't really want to move ahead. And she's talked about many things. She has looked at all the aspects, the crisis, and there's a question she asked which was very important. What is the root cause? I think that is the summary of what she has been talking about. Is it education? Are you looking at education as a way of managing what has been done that is already wrong? Or are you using education in making sure you prevent? And my understanding of child protection is about prevention and response. So don't wait for something to happen to do it. Cut wrestling, climate-related issues, conflict, she's mentioned many countries. So let me not repeat what she said, but let's give
an opportunity to two questions, for two people to ask questions. We will really appreciate her as she goes. So, any question, comment? You can already say she did well.
Actually, you have done well. We also thank him for giving us a summary because we are not capturing it very well. So lastly, how do we get that report? And most lastly, she finished with calling for the global action on climate crisis. Of course, now it's coming down to this issue of children. And in several conferences globally have not yielded much. Key partners who have polluted the environment have failed to hold the bargain, and it's getting down Africa. So now, the children are the most affected. What do we do?
Thank you. We've reiterated the economic models. We're looking at capital benefits. Well, yes, thank you for that balance. I don't get guidance, but you got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Sheila, for that enlightening presentation. And I also greatly appreciated the mention of our late Nobel laureate, Professor Wangari Maathai. We remember her fondly and the legacy she left. My question is, your presentation was surrounding indigenous practices. And I'm curious, what are some indigenous practices from your culture or other cultures you've observed that are so beneficial when it comes to the matter of climate change? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I'll give you just 1 minute to respond, and I've spoken to them. They heard it.
Thank you so much. The first point you raised is how do you get this? I'll share it with you, Sam. Okay, so the other questions you asked, and thank you for summarizing it. Maybe I went too fast, or I was talking things that you had not expected me to talk about, to push you out of your comfort zone. So if you have questions after you've read my paper, I think I'll be happy to respond to them. But you've asked a question, what do we do? The children are our present and our future, because if we keep on killing them, whether deliberately or not, there will be no future, right? And for us also, we can still grow, we can change. And for me, I firmly believe every drop of water makes the mighty ocean. All of us have a role to play if we don't point fingers at others. Say, what is it that we can do to make that change? From activism to advocacy to research, which is what I do. Each one of us can make a change, and I know I like connecting the drops, and we've seen. Okay, I will not go into that because it will take too long. So I think I will just say that we can all make, and we must get the facts, because there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation. And we build our responses sometimes based on that misinformation and disinformation. As you know, it is not only the Gen Zs who are responsible for that, because those who pay to have the misinformation and disinformation are the big, not only the military, but the big, what do you call them, corporates, because they want certain narratives to be promoted. So I will stop there, but for her, sorry, I don't know your name. You asked about what are some good practices from my culture. I think I'm now deculturalized. I came to Kenya when I was a Gen Z and I've remained here. So my culture is the African culture now. But having said that, if you look at the indigenous education system, you look at the way there were three forms, and I don't want to give a lecture, but there were three forms of education: informal education, non-formal, and even formal, which is not given credit. The colonialists came and said Africans have no education systems, but we had. And some of the good practices, even knowing about nature, knowing about the environment, what can they, the roots and the berries that could sustain them during times of drought and famine, learning the science, looking, tracking and the stars, learning through play. These were all very good practices. Most of it done informally. Sometimes it would be age appropriate, sometimes gender specific knowledge. So I don't think I have time to go beyond that, like that is another whole lecture. And I know his smile will turn into something else pretty soon. But I'm happy to talk to you after this. Thank you.
Thank you. Because of time, I think the last thing she finished with was about justice. When I train people on chance of God and protection, I tell them, you have to get to a point where you are angry. You see, climate change, when that affects the child, justice is about rights. And right is a just claim. So we're not doing the child a favor. You want to do something to make sure the future generation is taken care of. So in Kenya, there's common words, but this one is not common. So kasirika is get angry and do something. But another common word, so toa kutoa. When you send a law, you send pesa ya kutoa. Thank you. So thank you. Let's appreciate her as she goes. And then wait the next. Sorry for going a little bit into the West.
Thank you. A round of applause for our moderator to good job. So I hope today we'll do a bit better on time. Not too bad. We are 10 minutes late. Let's hope we can catch up. Where's Mark? I'm looking for Mark. No? I am noticing some challenge here that I wish I could whisper to Mark quickly. Lawrence? Okay. Do we have the team from NIA around? You guys are ready? Okay. Just a moment, I need to consult here. Yeah, thanks. I was noticing something. So there's some changes in the room that I'm going to announce. So the team will have 5 breakout rooms. Okay, not 4. There's an error in the program. So we have the group, the workshop by the NEO Consortium and the Freedom Fund will take place here in the auditorium. And then we have those who have interest on humanitarian crisis. This is the one being moderated by Dr. Cecilia. I saw Dr. around. Cecilia? Okay, so that group will be in D11, go up, turn right. Then we have another set of 2 papers led by Dr. Mary Mutisia. Dr. is here, D23. And then we go to second floor,
CC 214. Is Janet around? I saw Janet, the moderator. So those who are interested in health issues, where Dr. Roslyn Olombe and Luciana are presenting, and Leah Wanja, 214. Now, this is the correction. So on page 14, if you're page 14, please, let's be careful with this together. Billy, the group that is looking at legal and policy framework had been indicated as auditorium. Apologies for that error. It is CC 210, 210, second floor, room 210. Then the next group is written 210 too. Okay, maybe I want to bring a lot of confusion. What is written as auditorium, make it 202, 202. Then the other group can remain 210 where it was. I think that's easier because they already know. I think we're good with that. So the second auditorium group, led by Billy, I saw you? Yeah. So that team will go to CC 202, second floor. Well guided? We'll come around and tell you where we'll have lunch. Yesterday was a bit of a challenge, so there is a lunch venue on the 5th floor, but it's limited in numbers. So we'll check the room estimates, most likely those on 2nd floor, so that you're closer. We'll tell you how many groups can go there, and the rest of us will go to our usual meeting point. Any guidance? Yeah, okay, I think we're good. So you go into your breakout rooms. From there, you head for lunch at 1. We'll be back here at 2 p.m. for our keynote speech, which will be looking at issues of data and humanitarian issues. It's promising to be a very good one. And then we go back into breakout rooms. Enjoy.
We want to add one seat. We want to add 2 more seats.
Great, so welcome. In the interest of time, I want to get the team started, and you can also move closer if it's easier. We want to have a greater engagement. So,
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you for joining this session. So today we are going to be looking at building local resilience, policy pathways for protecting children from climate-induced labor exploitation. So what has the team you're seeing before you is from a consortium called Not Invisible Anymore. Not Invisible Anymore is a consortium that was brought together by the Freedom Fund. Okay. So the Freedom Fund is a global fund seeking to end modern slavery. And so in Kenya specifically, they are looking at child domestic work as a form of modern slavery. And so today we are going to look at the intersectionality between climate and child domestic work, and also related to policy pathways in which you can go into so that we improve the systems that we have, not just in Kenya, but in Africa in general. So join me in this discussion. We're going to go through what the partners, what the consortium has done over the past 2 years. So this is a program that has run for 2 consecutive years, actually 2 years and a month. And so it constitutes 13 frontline organizations, child domestic workers, their allies, and the government to increase the visibility of exploitative child domestic work and support advocacy that creates protective and inclusive environment. So these are some of the partners that have walked the journey. I think you're missing about 1 or 2 logos. But most of them are community-based organizations that work with children at community level. And so we've had a number of programs, not just in Kenya, but across Africa. So the Freedom Fund works right now in Kenya, Ethiopia, and Nigeria. And briefly, I'm going to take you through some of the impact, or rather some of the numbers we've been able to generate over the past 2 years. So in Kenya, this program has been alive in Kakamega, Busia, Kisumu, and Nairobi, and has been working with partners from when you're looking at child domestic work and just any form of child labor, one of the things that misses is you find that children may lack these reporting mechanisms. You have someone who's coming to the country illegally, they do not have the correct documents. I have been trafficked from, say, Busia to Nairobi to come to work in a household. I do not have the access to social services, and these access to social services are the things that make us human, you know, and the things that can take me away from this type of sanity. So we have 182 individuals linked to government social protection services, 84 out of school children enrolled in education or vocational training, 17 legal cases supported. So one of the other things that you also look at children who are in any form of child labor is you want to go to the root causes of this form of exploitation. And in Kenya, the number one cause is poverty. You know, so poverty and other things that lead to poverty are some of the push factors that pushes children to this kind of child labor. 100 families supported to launch micro-enterprises, 121 caregivers trained in climate-smart agriculture, 70 households started new livelihoods. We also have in policy and system change, which we're going to focus on today. We have the CPIMS, which has the child domestic work indicator that was added to it as a standalone indicator. We also have been doing a lot in ratification of ILO Convention C-189 and C-190. C-189 tackles vouchers for the minimum wage, which I think is the biggest factor in dignifying domestic work in Kenya. In Busia County, we've had the child policy now explicitly including child domestic work, and 11 counties establishing child labor committees. So we also have different things on the Ethiopia impact when you look at it with the objectives of the consortium, and you can find this report on the Freedom Fund webpage. So I will not look a lot into it, but something we also want to note in Ethiopia is due to the high poverty levels and the porous borders, and like one of the colleagues was saying in one of the breakout rooms yesterday, is you have people who do not are not as stringent as Kenyans. So you find many children coming into Kenya, especially in Moyale, and doing some form of labor and going back in the evening. And so those are some of the things that the partners in Ethiopia have been able to do over the past 2 years. So we want to explore the climate and child domestic work nexus. When you're doing child domestic work nexus and climate, you have to focus on, number one, what are the push factors that are pushing these children to come into this form of servitude of child labor? We have floods and droughts, increasing household stress. The partners working in Western Kenya, we are going to see along the presentation. We have good cases where floods have happened.
We want to also romanticize the problem. We want to find solutions to this, and so I invite you to help us in thinking of what are some of the solutions we can put in place so that we do not just prevent, but we can also anticipate some of these climatic shocks in future. And so we are seeing that girls at a high risk of domestic servitude and exploitation, and that we need to form the systems which absorb climate stress without sacrificing our children. I'm going to invite my colleague.
All right, let us appreciate my colleague Tony. All right, my name is Makri Tuge, working as part of the NIA consortium. I work with Investing in Children and their Society, ICS. We work in Kisumu County. Our focus is on prevention of exploitation of children in domestic work. Picking up from where my colleague has left, climate change being an issue as a push factor, because when we talk about child domestic work, there are push and pull factors, and most children, especially in climate infected areas, they find themselves being pushed as a result of aspect of climate change. So climate change exhibits social vulnerability, often leading to migration, displacement, and also increased risk for children. Sometimes amongst these most concerning consequences in the rise of child domestic work. So children find themselves in spaces of exploitation as a result of aspects of climate. So disasters like floods, droughts, and extreme weather events have disappropriated impacts on marginalized community, pushing children, especially girls, in hazardous forms of labor, including child domestic work. So we have some global research that has been done, especially in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia, on climate shock, such as floods and droughts, and they increase vulnerability, which raises child labor rates. International Labour Organization, ILO, reports notes that families facing climate pressures often sometimes depend on children for economic survival, including child domestic work. And also some studies have also indicated that climate stress changes family roles. So when families face stress when it's on aspects of climate, sometimes roles change. It's children who are pushed to domestic work and any other form of labor. And sometimes, especially due to the cross-cultural effect, it is girls who find themselves especially in domestic labor, and they lose opportunity for education and even childhood development like playing and aspects of health. I want to give a context of Nyando sub-county where we work. In Kenya, Nyando is in Kisumu County, and Nyando is affected mostly and every year, sometimes by floods. And in the region, there's impact of frequent flooding, and if there's no floods, sometimes also there's experience of droughts. So families have been displaced multiple times due to the rising water levels. And in the aftermath of these floods, community face extreme poverty, loss of homes, and limited access to education. Even children are pushed to live with relatives in other places where they find themselves sometimes even working as domestic workers. So the situation being tragic is an example of how climate change induced displacement can drive children, particularly girls, into domestic work situation, which is sometimes devastating, bring devastating long-term impacts, especially on their development and protection We have community leaders, Nyumba Kumi village elders, on climate and child labor risk. Local leaders help to enforce child protection laws and guide families on the long-term harm caused by child labor. We've had positive parenting programs, because if parents don't have power to parent, they will not be able to address certain issues. They will not be able to take their roles and responsibilities. So parenting training, training of caregivers on positive parenting emphasizes on school attendance and also child protection during climate displacement. Caregivers learn how climate pressures increase risk and how to make safer choices for their children. We've also had aspect of education, rights, and advocacy, where we partner with education authorities to uphold the rights of every child to schooling, especially on climate-affected areas, promoting continuous learning to prevent children from being pushed into labor due to climate. Because if we don't work with the education sector, it is the teacher who know children who have been displaced within the community. It is the teacher who know a child who is at risk because of the because of the situations of attendance, especially in school. So if we leave the education sector, we will not be able to prevent and even address issues of child domestic work. And then also, lastly, on community awareness, where we conduct workshops to explain how climate events can displace children and expose them to labor exploitation. Communities learn about safe migration, family planning, and also protecting their children during aspects of crisis. So it's important for us when we want to address or reinforce policies to start at the community level, even as we move to the top in terms of policy development and implementation. I want to welcome my colleague Gabriel, who will take us through the policy pathways.
Makofi. Asanteni. My name is Gabriel Ochim. I work for an organization called Childline Kenya. Childline Kenya is the official operator of the National Child Helpline 116. And we operate it in partnership with the government through the State Department of Children's Services. And we get to respond to cases of children in distress, and also as parents seeking to just know about an issue across the country. So there's a very valuable information in the helpline. Thank you. So I'll take you through the reinforcing policies at community level, and in particular I'd like to talk to you about what the NEA consortium has been able to do. And the first bit is that initially when the program started, we, in the Child Protection Information Management System, which is the official system that documents all child protection concerns across the country, we did not have an indicator recording children under any of the subcategories of labor. Yeah, so, but then through the program, we've been able to have 17 subcategories, recording children in the different forms of child labor that they can be in, from bricklaying, from vending in the streets, from begging, including child domestic work, which is the focus of the program. So now cases are able to be recorded under those indicators to also just inform policy. And then we've also contributed to county-level child protection policies, including inputs to the Busia County Child Policy. Busia County launched a child policy design, and now the policy is in the developmental stage of the implementation matrix before it's included in the county integrated development plan. Why that is important is because now the counties will get to budget for child labor. So that we have children being protected, with child protection in particular. And then we're also participating in advocacy to operationalize the Kisumu County Child Policy, which is supposed to be launched in November. And we're also looking to work through the stages of the implementation matrix until operationalization. And then at national level, we're working very closely with the State Department for Children's Services and the Directorate of Labor to be able to ratify and domesticate the International Labour Organization Conventions 189 and 190, which generally protects people employed in domestic work. And then the key instruments, key policy instruments in summary supported by the consortium are the CPMS indicator for child domestic work, which functions nationally in every part of the country. And then we also have the Busia County law, which recognizes child domestic work in particular. It's a major focus for Busia, being that it's a border county. And then we also have national advocacy on the conventions 189 and 190. And then we are also contributing to the children labor regulations at national level. We are contributing in the drafting of the consultations. At this point, allow me to introduce my colleague Tony to talk through the key provisions in the labor regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Before I go into the child labor regulations, I want to speak a bit about the C-189 convention, which, while it does not explicitly talk about children, it sets a bit some stringent laws of you bringing a child into any form of labor, and is able to go even the way of having people registered, boosting and making decent domestic work. And so if you're making decent a type of work, then you're not allowing any loophole for any child to come into that, because then the person needs to be at least 18 years of age, so no longer a child. They have to produce their documents, and then it makes labor officers be able to follow up some of these things. And I know the biggest thing, like I mentioned earlier, was the issue of minimum wage, but you also have the issue of not being able to come to houses and inspect, because one of the things that we are saying, and probably one of you has seen a neighbor who has, a girl who you suspect may not be 18 years of age. And so the thing that you have in the laws is, I can't come to your house as a labor officer and say that I want to inspect your house and see whether we have any child here who's working. And those types of child labor then makes it a bit more, because you don't see, when you have, say, for example, cases of child labor in Busia, sorry about that. When you have cases of child labor in Busia, most of them are being brought into, the cities, so Nakuru, Mombasa, Nairobi, Kisumu, when they're working in households where people live in the morning and come back in the evening. You're not to go out, you're not allowed to interact with other neighbors, and so that's why we have the child labor regulations. And so some of the things that were coming into play when these regulations are being developed, what way can we protect our children? Because you have shocks that are happening, climatic shocks that are happening, that at times send children into forms of labor. I know we have a discrepancy between the Basic Education Act and the Employment Act, which say different things about children being in school. And so, the Basic Education Act says that every child needs to be in school, and the Employment Act says that you can employ a child if they're 16 years, so between 16 and 17, then you have a discrepancy there, because then who comes to enforce what? And so this is some of the things, and this child labor regulations which are heading into public participation, and I'm excited because in the room is a good colleague from NCCS who has done a lot of work in preparing these regulations. Yes, so they're going to set work hour limits for light household work where appropriate. So we have children who sometimes are coming from child-headed households who do not have any mechanism to find something to eat because they are the breadwinner there. And so what types of work can they do? You can give your child work in the house, and so we have a schedule for light work for that. We have the regulations establish complaints and rapid response mechanisms so that then when you see a child in labor, you have the mechanisms, and among them is 116, which you can call and report that. Strengthening inspection powers and monitoring across informal work setting environments. The thing about child labor and sometimes domestic work being called this type of work that is hidden is because it happens in houses, you know, and children at times when they're faced with these challenges, we look for any solution. You know, you have a relative who's told you, come stay with me for a bit, and when you get into the house, you're not going to school anymore like their children. You are being put in some kind of work for the entire day, and you know, so these regulations also stipulate how many hours can a child work if they have to be employed.
Round of applause from Tony. You have often questions about what is the available work for child domestic workers, and I think he has touched about that. My name is Madam Ayodi. I come from the County, from an organization, local grassroots organization called Barida Kobarida MNCB. For this workshop, for this conference, I'm talking about local resilience in practice. Now, how our communities or our community in particular adapting to this climate change. So, of course, you know, when I talk of the sea and climate, the comes to land. And we have what we call climate island booming and communication. Bolivia faces repeated flooding that displaces families, destroys farms and schools, and deepens poverty. School interruptions exposes children to labor risks and
girls' hygiene and safety. Weather forecasts are simplified and shared through trusted radio stations, local radio stations like Bulala. Bulala FM is a local station situated right in the middle of
and also chiefs, radio hosts, and such those guide community actions. And we have SMSs, WhatsApp and radio callings that give real-time updates and clear alerts, that supports early education and protection of schools. That's a mouthful, but that shows you the pathway we use when we are dealing with this. The radio acts as a medium to inform the community when the flooding is expected, or when it is happening, how the people involved or affected can be moved from places of vulnerability to safe places. We have the WhatsApp groups, and in these WhatsApp groups we have incorporated the Kenya Meteorological Services, where they give us the weather forecast well in advance, a week's time or daily to daily, so that people know what to expect and when. We also have the community adaptation practices. These communities map sorry for that.
I was talking about the community maps, the places. So they know well in advance that these particular places are prone to flooding and when to expect the flooding. So what they do, when it talks about the season when rains are expected, the communities are moved well in advance. This is to avoid the communities being affected directly and to minimize the losses that happen or the emergencies that happen. Okay. So, we say the communities are mapped, the flood risks using local knowledge, and adopt flood-tolerant crops, raise nurseries, and small irrigation to secure food. The waterhouse and river banks are restored to small water and reduce erosions, and also anticipatory cash helps families cope without resorting to child labor or other harmful strategies. Now, if you know that this place is going to flood, then we resort to crops that are flood resistant. So we will find, for example, floods, and those places now are demarcated for such activities. And then, of course, we are talking about the cash grants that are given. These ones are to ensure that the homes are sustainable, so that children do not resort to labor and in our case, domestic work to help fund for the community and for their families. And then we have the mental hygiene management, we have the mental health and girls education. In our case, there's the use of reusable sanitary towels, and we are producing this as an organization that helps children stay in school during climate stress. We are promoting dignity and affordability. This model empowers women through income opportunities and includes hygiene training to ensure safe and good health. Now, we have been issuing disposable sanitary towels to school, but again, most of the disposables that have been issued in schools has been as a result of donors funding. But now with the donor resources, we are resorting to the use of reusable sanitary towels, and we are promoting this as a sustainable measure to ensure even the girls are retained in schools. This reduces the absenteeism and also promotes the dignity of these girls. Of course, you know, Busia will be in the news, the sexual parts issues, but now with this, we are ensuring that children can be maintained in schools without and at a normal cost. And of course, by women, we are training women to make these reusable sanitors, using very minimal resources that can be sustainable also for them. And of course, the local media and climate knowledge. We are ensuring that community journalists are trained to relay accurate climate and child protection information. The local radio provides early warning and mobilizes support, while simple phone alerts ensure even basic phone users receive timely guidance. And lastly, the cross-border water governance. It is sad to note that Busia, even with the lake and with the flooding that happens, Busia still suffers from a lack of water. We do not have clean drinking water in Busia, even with all this, just because of national. People still fetch water. People still actually buy water in Bunyala, yet they have the lake. And this is because of these treaties that exist between our country and other countries. So the cross-border water governance is something that needs to be looked into. And of course, most of the time the floods that are affecting Bunyala are not as a result of rain in Busia. You will find maybe it is raining up country, and then it is the floods that come, the backwaters that come to affect Bunyala. So what we are saying is, coordinated collaboration on dam and lake management, high times flooding, safe water and sanitary access remains critical in flood-affected areas, especially for women and children. So those are things we can have a look at, and if there's something that I want to mitigate, we would gladly appreciate as Busia County. Thank you.
She has given me practicals of what is already happening that can be verified in Busia, and for some reason, you can feel like that is one of the reasons why we no longer see stories about Budalangi that we used to see in the past. We no longer see them on the news nowadays because there's some action being done there. So you can visit there for learning visit in Bunyala and Budalangi sub-counties of Busia. So for some of the recommendations that we have on policy, on the development and implementation of child-centered climate action plans. So here we are looking at integrating child protection and schooling into national climate resilience strategies. Most of the time, the thing that is affected the most usually is education. So that's why it's hinged on education, and that's where people usually go when there are climate issues. They go there for shelter. And then also strengthening the legal framework on child labor and climate impacts. So this is about addressing climate-driven child labor risks and ensure rapid protection response. Anticipatory action. What can we do to make sure that even if it happens, people are not affected as much? The early warning systems, so that they are there in the law, in the policies. And then also expand and adapt social protection for climate-affected households. So here we target the climate vulnerable families with cash support linked to child schooling. So that means that the moment that the floods are going to be there, for instance, they already have the money. Not after the floods. They already have the money so that it allows them to move. Some people are not able to move even without that cash assistance. And then also establish climate resilient education systems. So we need the schools to be safe and functioning during and after climate emergencies. So usually the schools are the most affected. From the presentation yesterday, there was a discussion about a desk that is empty because the classroom is full of water. How can that be mitigated then? And then also strengthen climate-sensitive community child protection systems. And here we are looking at equipping local leaders to detect climate-linked child labor risks early. Here we can borrow from the work of some of the people that are already doing it, like the Kenya Red Cross. And here they have built the capacity of the community to respond to these things. The community is the one doing it, not them coming to do it. They just provide the resources. And then also scale anticipatory action and preparedness approaches. For all of this, we usually know some areas flood. For instance, in Kisumu, Nyando floods a lot. In Nairobi here, we know Kibra and Mathare and parts of Kamukunji. We know about Budalangi in Busia, the other areas, including the ones that we have seen on TV recently. And we know that people are vulnerable by being there. So what are we doing to make sure that even if it happens, we are able to mitigate any effects? Because then the biggest effect usually is loss of life. And then, as I wound up, I'd like to share with you ways in which someone can reach the National Child Helpline. Usually it's not just about children. Sometimes parents call to ask about issues affecting children, including issues affecting them and their spouse in relation to children. Some people call to seek advice on how to proceed on a matter that is affecting their child. Some children also just call to ask about their rights. So you can encourage children in all the spaces that you work in that they can call the number. It's functional on any day, any time. Whether there is protest in the streets, whether there is raining, there's sun, whether it's Christmas Day, there's always someone, a counselor, that is waiting to just pick the call. So I'd invite you that through all these means, they have been created because the initial one was just the number. But then over time, it has expanded to these ones, to accommodate recommendations from people. Then now I'd invite you, because this project in particular works with child domestic work, I'd invite you to be on the lookout. Do you know of a child that wakes up at 4 to prepare others to go to school while they remain at home? Do you know of any child while they remain at home to do the work in the house? Do you know of any new child that has come to stay in your neighborhood and they don't seem to be going to school? They're just there. They're just hanging around, being sent to the shops. Most of the time, those are the children in domestic work. We are all here because we got a chance to go to school. Majority of the time, when they come into the work, then they're not allowed to go to school. So basically, they'll end up doing the work up to the end. So then I'd invite you to the only thing that you need to do is just call 116. You can also report anonymously if you are comfortable with that, and the case will be able to be followed. I'd like to thank you on behalf of the consortium, to thank you very much.
Thank you very much. and you've given us some good time for conversation. So I think we'll go straight into inviting you to comments, questions, clarifications. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and I was just curious about something because yesterday I attended a breakout room on talking about floods in Mathare, and they have problems with data. So I'd like to know how you collect your data in terms of how do you know the affected people or also the children who are working? How do you get that data? I'm very curious at the community level. Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. There's someone behind them.
Thank you. My name is Seven. I know you've talked about floods in Budalangi, that is in Busia County. We also have floods in Akiriamasit, that is in Teso North near Malaba. I don't know whether you've been able to map it out so that you can also respond to it, because it was there as of last week. Number two, on issues of child labor, we are bordering Uganda, and we have children coming from Uganda to do child labor in Kenya, and some of them are even transported up to Nairobi. I don't know what are we going to do. You as an organization, what will you do so that you are able to probably regulate so that we don't have those children coming to Kenya? I know the Kenyan children might have been protected, but what about the children who are coming from the neighboring countries? Thank you.
Maybe you take these three, then.
Mine is a comment. I'm Bernadette Okwama. It is true that cases of flooding reported in Busia have reduced. Meanwhile, a good job is being done. Thank you so much.
So I'd like to respond to the issue about Mathare and the question about data. As Childline Kenya, we were privileged as an organization to conduct a project in response to the flooding that happened in the last year. And we did 2 phases of that project in partnership with Save the Children. And we were able to get access to the children by working with the people there on the ground, including the children officers and the chiefs in particular. That's how we got access to the children in the first place. And then now, in terms of consolidating data, by the fact that we work closely with the Directorate of Children's Services, who are mandated to respond to cases, we managed to work with them to also consolidate data on our end. Because even as we were reporting, we also needed a basis for reporting. So then that's how we consolidate data. We just don't collect it at this level, we collect it at that community level. And also as part of the response, we're providing psychosocial support to the children, because it's not enough to just come and give a child a bag, a child that lost a bag in a flood. You also need to tell them, you also need to provide psychosocial support, including psychosocial first aid, to make sure that they are well first. You have to make sure that they're also achieving resilience before you are providing that intervention. So that is something that we did, and we have data for that. Thank you.
Just to add on that, as grassroots organizations, even within our work, we work with community structures. So community structures can be through the State Department of Children's Services, like the CPVs, who are at the community level. We have the LVC, the lay volunteer counselors at the community, and then we have the NGAO team, the National Government Administrative Officers, that is chiefs, assistant chiefs, village elders. So working with these structures help us to reach out to families, especially in terms of crisis. Thank you.
And just to add what my colleagues have said, when it comes to data collection at community level, we are an organization working right to the grassroots, and as the name of the program implies, not invisible anymore, domestic work child domestic work happens within sometimes protected walls. Getting information sometimes is hard. So what we did before we started the program for us in Lucia, we held a sensitization meeting with all the stakeholders involved. We let them know that this is what we are out to do. We let the labor office also know that this is what we are going to do. And with the chief barazas, so what happens is when there is a case, we are notified. The chiefs are notified, they let us know, and then we involve the government. We get this schedule. There is the question of the border again. If you come from Busia, you know you cannot go past Busia without passing through several roadblocks. And these roadblocks were required to produce your national ID. So we have liaised also with the police that any child that is being transported without a guardian, without documentation, they do not pass that border unless if it is through other means. But the roadblock now stopped and taken back to Busia police station where we have a CPU. While there we are called in so that we establish the times at which the child is traveling. Of course, we know Busia in the western part of Kenya is known as the manufacturers of domestic workers. So we are trying our best to ensure that that is no longer the case. And of course, we talked about Bunala having Bunala FM. For the Teso North Teso South, we have Elori FM, which is also talking to the people in the local language, also raising awareness on the same. So at least on that front, we're ensuring that information regarding to drought and flooding reaches people and on real time. Thank you. And also maybe to add, we are also letting you informers, if you'll be from Busia, you'll hear us in the radios. We are also letting the listeners call in. Let us know what is happening in the places so that interventions can be made or we contact the relevant department. Thank you.
Great. So I will open up for the next round. But before I do that, I've not heard you mentioned Wanakui. Did you? Yeah. We're all familiar with Wanakui, right? I've been in a project, actually a part of this, but I've been in a project way back in 2008. We mapped out in a village of 500 households. For every 10 households, we had someone responsible, actually 550. So we had 55 Wanakui. And we have a database of every child, whether that child is in Nairobi, or if it's in Nairobi, the community members have to confirm, are they in school, what are they doing? So I think for me that's a process that we really need to tap into. And now we get to the other people who play a role. I'm talking about community health workers. Okay? How can that system talk to each other so we are not duplicating and ensure that they have digital ways of keeping this data? So to me that's a very great opportunity. That's really very good.
Thank you, Sam, and thank you, all of you, for a good presentation. One of the issues you raised is the disconnect between the Education Act and the Child Protection legislation, right? Which is a perfect example of working in silos. And we know, coming from the education sector, I know it's a right of every child to education, but I also know sometimes if children don't work, it's a matter of life and death. They have to work. So I'm wondering what is being done to close that gap and have realistic solutions, because the Education Act is quite punitive. The last time I read it, it's very punitive. Picking up somebody's parents or guardians and putting them in jail compounds the problem, right? So I don't know whether you have any response to that. And as I said, sadly, the education sector is not here. And maybe Sam, you can also answer NCAJ. Is the education, are they active in the NCAJ, your committee? Thank you.
There was a hand there.
think we have 10 more minutes, so we'll take just 2 more.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Evelyn, and I'm also from an NGO called Liberty in Action Kenya. And I think at some point I'll really come back to you and talk later about the sanitary tiles that can be made locally, and that will be something we can talk about later. And thank you so much for your presentation now that I know that too. And no one knows, and it's my thing. I probably even brought her from Uganda while driving, and no one even.
I think there was just one more here. Oh.
There's no irreversible anymore. And actually I've confirmed because of the flooding in Budalangi. Now the question of visibility is the data. What have we managed up to now that you can give us? Maybe you presented in that manner and I didn't capture. I just want to establish so far what have you achieved in terms of training.
The interest of time, Martha?
Thank you. I was slowly becoming invisible. But yeah, okay. So my name is Martha, but I'm no longer invisible. Kenya, part of this program, so happy to be here. So I know a lot about it, obviously, being part of the program, but I know from Gabriel, my colleague. Initially, when we started, the data that we had was first very minimal, but also it indicated that we had many more girls as being survivors or victims of exploitative child domestic work. And it is knowing the definition, understanding of what we mean by domestic work.
Employment Act and how are we merging that together, Dr. Omahi? In the child labor regulations that were still in development and that have been developed, we need to get to, a good place where you have a good balance, because you have real cases of children who need to go to work so that then they can provide for their families. And you also have cases of children who are in domestic work or any type of child labor, but they don't need to be there, And so some of the things that have been put in that document is just trying to tighten the knots in any place that, someone can be exploited. So domestic work is working in a third-party household. Okay? So you also have children who are in a form of child labor within their households, probably living with their relatives, and so then you have a list of a schedule of light work and work that, a child cannot do. So if the work you're giving this child is not in that schedule, then any labor officer can come in and arrest you. You get it? And so in Kenya, if you do not read the constitution, then if you're arrested, those are the laws of the land. Yeah, so strategies that the ILO are doing to curb some of these things. So ILO is is a document that not only touches children, but touches on education, where it's easy for someone to, go outside and come back as a child. And they went and did some type of work. And so what the ILO conventions are doing is, number one, dignifying that. So it's dignifying a certain type of work. If a plumber does plumbing and you have a registry of all the plumbers, and you can come into a registry and say, this is a plumber here, then if this person presents themselves as a plumber, then they're not a real plumber if they're not in that registry. So that that convention gives that array where you now have really formal, where you can even take pension, you can charge an SSF, NHIF, so you have that whole structure.
Thank you. There was a question there on the children, because you have talked about the children in Busia. Before I go to the data question, there's a question about what happens with the children that are already here in the country.
The people following online,
there was a question about the children that actually get to, for instance, Nairobi. And we have engaged with such children, especially in the areas of Kamukunji here in Nairobi, children from Uganda. We also have children from Rwanda in the Mbakasi Central Sub-County, and also some children also from Uganda in South Sea. We have engaged with them because most of the time when we get the reports through 116, usually it's because the child has been physically abused. That's when we get access. But then the way we are telling you, it's usually a hidden thing. People generally don't talk about it until the child is in a distress. So what we were encouraging you to talk about was the fact that they are actually there, for you to be able to see them. The reason why the issue is hidden, it's not about us as the people, it's about the children. The fact that you are able to see a domestic worker, but it doesn't register that this is actually a child. I think personally I've also gone to houses in the past where the person serving you is a child. But anaitwa toto wa kitchen, letea mgeni maji, they bring the water, then they go back. I think that's the perfect example of it. But then also just to connect it with the issue of the children from Uganda, there was a study done by the Directorate of Children's Services last year that mapped out how many children are there in domestic work, in Kamukunji in particular. But then based on this, the recommendation that came out was that over time they have been taken back, repatriated. But when they go back, they look so well that others want to come. So it was counterproductive. Because you find that, yes, that was a very, very big challenge. Because majority of the time when they're here, they don't look so well. They even sometimes sleep in corridors. But then, when they're going home, they have done some shopping. They are also dressed in their best. So when they go there, others see it as an opportunity for them to come. So it was kind of counterproductive. So then the study suggested that instead of returning them for that moment, then they should find a way to make sure that they're protected here in Kenya. That is the discussion that is still going on up to now. So that is the issue. That is where we are with the children from Uganda. And then with regards to data in particular, yes, we still have more girls than boys. And I think the issue that is there is because when we think about domestic work, most of the time we just think about girls. Even the example I gave is of a girl. But yet we forget the names that we sometimes use when we say Shamba Boy. Basically, they are doing domestic work. Do we register when we see them? Because in some communities, you'd find that the child is being seen as kujituma. This child is really trying to do their best. But then that is still a child. They should be allowed to be children. So I think that's where we still have that issue. But over time, we are hoping that through this program, the way that we are sensitizing people at sub-county and at community level, then we'll be able to have even more people reporting. So far as part of the program, we have, I don't have the disaggregation, but we have about 512 cases by end of August across the whole consortium. This does not include cases that have been recorded by the children officers, which are 138 across the country in the last financial year. So that's what we have in terms of data. And we still feel like there can be more because we also have challenges, because ultimately as a program, we are looking at a way that it can be sustainable so that the children officers can be able to record data, but we still have challenges at their level as well. Because you find that in some offices, they don't even have electricity, so there's no way they can accept CPMS. They still have a case record sheet that does not have disaggregations, including what was being added into CPMS recently. So those are still systemic challenges that we have, but we are hoping to be able to work through them. And then while the indicator was added here, we have not been able to train children officers on the ground so that they can know this new indicator that they need to also track. Because majority of the time, let's say if a child is defiled while they're in domestic work, because most of the time you know that, for instance, for the girls, they can just be there and the man of the house is also there. So over time some things can happen, then the girl gets defiled. So majority of the time when the case is being reported, usually at intake you find that only defilement is taken up, but then domestic work is left out. But when you look at the Employment and Labor Regulation 2007, it talks about the fact that this is a crime. Then if you look at Employment General Rules 2014, it talks about the fact that domestic work is an hazardous task. So by law, we are in a fungo on that count as well. But only defilement takes precedence, or physical abuse, or you find situations where they have just been asked to pay what was owed and then an arudishwa. And then did you also know, as people that might be having house help, that by law you are supposed to pay your house help. Here in Nairobi, you're supposed to pay them 17,000 if you're not providing accommodation by law. And you're supposed to pay 15,000 if you're providing accommodation. Those are some of the things that are happening in the law. But I think we need to create more awareness to look at what can work so that we are able to safeguard children. Thank you.
There was a question on how we ensure that the children have information, and I know Gabi has talked about it. And just as you mentioned, working with the community structures like Nyumba Kumi and sensitizing and also training the information, help families to also have information and also children. And I know as a consortium also we are developing messages for children, messages for parents and caregivers, and also messages for employers so that children can have this information, and also families and also employers and community at large. And then also looking at the aspect of using media spaces. I know as different partners we also use different media platforms to ensure that we are able to pass key messages. We also use, sometimes we do sensitization in televisions, sometimes we use the local radio stations to do sensitization so that communities can have information. And also using the main media stream. So it is important for us to pass messages across. But even if we, by having the key messages for children, key messages for employers, and key messages for parents and caregivers, and even leaders, help children to have the information, and also they can work through and also stand for their rights. And also being at the liberty of, when we work within the community, our first objective is on child-led advocacy. So we also work with children who are at risk, children who are survivors of also of child domestic work. So we are able also to train them on life skills and also their rights. So they are able to have this information and also fight for the rights of other children. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I wrap up? Okay, make it very brief.
Just to wind up, I would emphasize what my colleague has said, the roles of children. Children are very good informers, especially those ones in school. They are able to know, of course they know the children working in their homes. So when we go to schools, the mentorship programs we have in schools, we're handling these issues to do child domestic work. We also talk to the children, we tell them the same way they're benefiting from education. If they have children in their homes who are working for them, if they're able to let us know through maybe the suggestion boxes in schools, and one way or the other we're able to get this information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we wind up, I need to declare that I have a relationship with these people. We're relatives. Not again just because they are a success, but we are part of this project because I work at the African Institute for Children's Studies. I think they've done justice to the topic. When I read the workshop title, Building Local Resilience, Policy Pathways for Protecting Children from Climate-Induced Labor Exploitation, I think the key word is climate-induced labor exploitation. So the argument I think we'll need to make is it true that child domestic work is one of those climate-induced high-risk exploitation, labor? Is that true? It is. You know why?
Do you know how many employment opportunities exist in the domestic sector in Kenya? Anyone knows? 2 million. 2 million households in Kenya employ a domestic worker. Do you know what percentage employ a child? 30%. Okay? Now, Dr. Umahi asked a very good question. How do we get a balance between, think about this. Let me use the 844 before we go into the CBE. By the time you're done with class 8, I'm not age. 14 thereabout for most children, isn't it? And then you tell me, don't do anything until you get 18. But I've gotten to a point where I'm just saying, please, me and those books, it's not working. So in the ILO Convention, we said, ILO Convention, is it 138, on a minimum age to employment? It says you can employ someone from the age of 14. That is the global level. In America, if you're 15, right, you can go to work. Yes, it's just regulated. Why is that so? Because there's someone who, for many reasons, may not be able to continue with the education. And what happens when there are climate-induced, challenges to people? Right now, there are a lot of families that can't afford food. What do? You get one house to go find food. So we have to begin really thinking beyond that and ask ourselves, because what the demand for food is going away, how do we create situations where that can work? And that is where we have our labor act that says you can employ from 16. So the contention here is, there's a list that he referred to, Tony referred to, list of non-hazardous work. Should domestic work be included there? Or is it too high risk that the boys or girls who work there are likely to be sexually abused? So should we not say, that is a contention, but there are two major challenges we are trying to address as a country. You remember the president said we shouldn't come back and report again that we have not ratified the ILO Convention 189 on domestic workers. Two challenges, minimum age and minimum wage. For someone who is earning minimum wage in Nairobi of 13,750, I think so, that's the minimum wage per month. Employ another domestic worker and pay them 13,000? So why should we ratify what we cannot achieve? So those are the practicalities that we really have to think around our employment space and ask ourselves, how do we make it possible for many more people who are going to increase the influx that is going to happen, because how we've relied on generating income as a country is disappearing. Our IT sector is going to be affected. Jobs will go. What happens to those families? So I think that requires a conversation beyond this, but one thing that is emerging for me as a finalize is there's a strong way of doing integration. We can't do these things in silos, like Victoria said in the morning. The education sector must talk about, or rather talk to the chiefs, the people in the water. What is happening in Burangi must be standard practice. So I think this is one space. The labor issues, not just for Kenya, for Africa, is going to be a big, big area of focus. Urgently, it can't wait for next year. It must be addressed now and ensure the policies are responsive to what is happening into considering economic development and cultural issues. Otherwise, thank you very much. A round of applause for this team. So now we're to the 5th floor. And please don't shout out loud. Don't call your friend from the other side. Come to the 5th floor, because then you mess up the numbers, okay? So we just say to the 5th floor. The others will go into different rooms so that we can fit. 5th floor, don't call your friend, please. And our food there is special, so don't tell them, okay? Enjoy your lunch. Let's be back here at 2.